grabbing my coffee and then I'll be right back. Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. I know I'm a little bit early today, but I wasn't doing anything else, so I figured I'd just go live a little bit early. How we doing? It's Sakata, loading screen, McBain, Sen, Jamer. Oh yeah, side note, because I just need to gush about it again, because that's my entire personality right now. If you guys haven't started watching The Last of Us show, it might unironically be the best TV I've ever seen. Like, I know, very, very high praise, but legitimately, the third episode of The Last of Us might be the greatest TV episode in, like, history. Which makes other video game adaptations look like shit, but it's just that good. Highly, highly, highly recommend. I cried like a small fucking child. But anyway, hey CZ, hope you're well. Yeah, the voice actress for Tess from the games passed away, I believe yesterday as well. So, sorry to hear. Fuck cancer. So today, on a somewhat brighter note, hey Cynthia, how are you? On a somewhat brighter note, we've got Plaguestorm Day today. For anyone who's not been in the loop or anyone who wants a recap, we've been doing challenge run playthroughs with each action skill in Wonderlands. And today is Plaguestorm Day. Now, I originally said multiple times that I had no plans to do Plaguestorm. Because the primary reason is there would be a lot of downtime. Like, I'd have to pair it with something else. Hey, Ghost Girl Cam, thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I figured I'd have to pair Plaguestorm with something for it not to be just a lot of me waiting. And I figured that out with a little bit of help assembling the gear from good old Stone Swan. I got a cool thing. Quad to you as well. Thank you again. So there are launchers in this game, heavy weapons, and they get frequently overlooked. And from day one, people just kind of didn't give them a chance. But like the base damage on these is quite large. This isn't the big boy rocket base damage. The big boy rocket goes higher. It's just you can't see it on the card because of enchants. But we've got a bunch of launchers with big boy rockets here. I've got 2 of each element. And the way this build works is we are a Bogbarian with neither capstone, but we take all 4 of the weapon slots and we put all of them to big boy launcher mode. All 4 of them. So what I do now, this is on C75. I've been tweaking the build, so we're going to mess around with it for a bit. Plop down the Plaguestorm. And we shoot big boy rockets. Now, if we keep cycling through different ones, then by the time we get back to the first one, it'll have regenerated, so we can just keep rotating. And that's the gameplay loop. The reason why this is able to do pretty good damage consistently is we have 5 out of 3 in Wraith Mail, 6 out of 3 in Amped Up. We have Unarmored Defense. And we have Restore the Veil with a Corrupted Plate Mail. So we are getting wards back from Dark Magic. We are getting wards back from anytime we apply a Lightning Dot, we'll just passively be regenerating even through damage. And anytime we get a kill, we're also getting 35% back. Our Amp Shield drains only 20%. And Amp Echo Twin Soul allows another source of Amp and also another filler way of delivering damage. So basically, it's spamming amped shots as much as possible with big boy rockets. Blaze of Glory allows me an emergency way to reset. And cat, don't knock over your water bowl. To refresh the ammo. So like anytime I go down, all of my guns get reloaded. And I get a little more damage while I'm down too. So that's cool. And we've got Shark's Veins with cooldown. I've been experimenting a lot with different ring rolls here. This is the one I like the most. And Empowering Sigil is mostly there to preserve our amp against ranged enemies, let us get in a better position, but also we can get a little more out of Icebreaker with that. And then hero points are max intelligence, max attunement, and then the remainder in Constitution, I believe. Is that what I did? Yeah. Yeah. Big boy rockets can apply dots. So if we want any of the dot stuff, it's coming from Plaguestorm, our spell, or from using the regular launcher mode on the launchers, which we regularly do. There's 150% amp shield too, right? Any good? Yeah, Deuce's Visage. I was using that originally, but the way it has one notable extra thing is that the Poison Nova that triggers when the ward breaks does apply Bog Down, and that's nice. But the big thing is the triple amp will drain less, so it's a little more consistent. And it can also get enchants. So if I'm able to keep vibing on, the triple amp works out to more damage. Crit Connoisseur doesn't really help me here, but I'll take it anyway. Right here played Overlord Raising Hell or Overlord 2. I'm not familiar personally. So we got Celissa. So switch to... Do I switch fire here? So the tricky thing with using fire ones is I am applying Bog Down with either my melee weapon or Soaked. Or not Soaked, or Plaguestorm. So fire isn't often the play. I'll go Dark Magic for that. And I'm going to keep one of these on launcher mode so I can apply a Dark Magic dot. Listen, I need you to be in my AoE. It's fine, I need to move over here anyway. So this is why we have cooldown on the rings, because then I can get Plaguestorm back. There we go, that's a little better. We'll apply a Cryo Dot there for some chip damage. One aspect of this that I have been enjoying is knowing when to switch my launchers to the other mode. Because Big Boy Rockets have that interesting thing if they can't apply dots. I basically just need Celissa to hold still in a Plaguestorm for this to work. Hey, Mr. Madness. Thank you so much for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Okay. There we go. That was the hard part. Now, when you bubble, I'll be able to wait out Plaguestorm a little bit. On a shower big enough to fit a stripper pole in. You know, goals. I respect it. There we go. A little slow on that. I hadn't actually done this against Celissa more than twice before. But it's a good idea of the gameplay loop. And we did not run out of ammo. First day of new semester and the website for my schedule is down. Sounds about right. That's my start streaming alarm. We have some other cool supplementary tech on here just for decent filler. Blast Chill plus Plate Mail is pretty decent for applying status effects in an area. It's one of those cases where the issue of Blast Chill splitting damage between its instances isn't a downside because we just want to apply dots. We don't necessarily care how big they are. It makes for a good filler whenever I'm out of rocket ammo. Obviously, I would prefer having ammo, but this is one of the things that's going to make this an interesting playthrough. Because I'm going to have to avoid this situation. Plaguestorm's back. I should be able to do good damage now. Yeah, there we go. So when running this in Chaos Chambers, buying these ammo capacity upgrades is hugely helpful. Because now I can hold 76 rockets. That's much better. Chance. Okay. We can go Cryo Lightning. Put this one in launcher mode. Fine. Back in launcher mode. These were Plaguestorms. Fantastic. There we go. That's our damage. So between Echo, Blast Chill, Plaguestorm, and the rockets, we're able to set up enough damage that harder targets like that we can just kind of chunk down. All these playthrough ideas. I'm glad you're enjoying them, Kirk. Something I don't have as much of a history of doing is making concepts work as much as, like, this isn't trying to be necessarily completely optimal, because then obviously I'd be making some different choices. Like, I'd be using a crossbolt weapon and then having Barbaload here so that I could distribute more damage. I want the concept to be enjoyable and effective. So, like, going on the appropriate chaos level, picking things for style points, that kind of stuff has kept this really cool to me. Curse crab, that's awkward. Plaguestorm. There we go. See, a big boy rocket hitting 3 enemies means the Plaguestorm bolt that comes down is just going to kill all of them. That's a good Cape of Tides. At least good class combo for Cape of Tides. I'm going to take that for other things. Mr. Swan, how you doing? Hey, Mukro. You a Polymorph playthrough already that I missed? Yes, that was Saturday. Imelda? I've not actually tried this versus Imelda. I don't know what'll happen. Guess I run Fire and Dark Magic? No. Fire and Shock. Yeah, as soon as you said something loading screen, this happened. You did this to me. You're welcome. As long as you stay there, this is, like, fine. She knocked me into that. It's awkward. Gun build? Yes. It was fine until she decided to get fire resist. And now we're good. Never mind. She teleported. Ouch. A little bit of melee in the back pocket is so helpful here. Oh, I didn't want Plaguestorm to go there. Okay. Facing a Melody to accelerate how quickly you go back to action skills? No, it's just I was doing I'm still in the build sciencing stage, and this happens to be what popped up on this run. And I didn't want to reset the very first run of the stream, so... Tolerating Imelda momentarily. Also, if every time a build comes up against something it's not, like, necessarily suited for, you reset, then, like... I don't know, that's giving up fast. Survivability feels really good on this, I gotta say. The plate mail does so much work. Any setup that's gonna apply really good dots that is able to fit in a plate mail is super tanky. There we go. That's this one. Alright, I can go cryo here. I don't know where to melee for Echo. That's gonna be awkward. Of course it'd be this boss. I guess I need to use the regular launcher mode and apply dots here. Yeah, this is doable. I just need to kite close to her, but not too close. Like, I need to be close enough that she doesn't move, but not so close that, that I go down. There we go, that was a good one. Like, that is how close I don't want to be. Plate mail, follow D&D plate mail is the most overly defensive option with one massive drawback. I mean, kind of, actually, homing data. You know, when you describe it like that, yeah. So, like, corrupted plate mail, when you choose your damage dealing methods properly, it allows you to have some of the most sustained and just thoughtless healing in the game. That's really cool. But it does, if you don't think about how you're delivering damage, almost always translate to a damage down. So, like, yeah, that kind of fits. Never thought about it that way. This is doable, I just gotta be patient. Hey Halcyon, how are you? Glad to see they keep the spirit of D&D in the game. Yeah, that's something I'd never even thought about before you mentioned it, and it totally fits. I wonder if that's why it's all the plate mail. Like, that's too specific to be a coincidence, right? I didn't actually get the Plaguestorm off there? That's so tragic. I don't know, I might actually be dead here. Went down one too many times. Oh, no, we're good, we're good. Still got Plaguestorm. It's fine, there's an enemy right here. Yeah, Plaguestorm will be back. The cooldown rolls on rings really help with being able to somewhat consistently eke out some damage. No! Okay. If I'd played a little more carefully, that would have been a win. Okay, this is this, a mobile play. This is 75. This is why we do these proof of concept things before actual playthroughs. Keep in mind, enemies in the Chaos Chamber have additional levels, so nothing in the playthrough is going to give me this level of trouble, but I do want this to look good on higher levels. So things I was thinking about with the tree, part of me does want to take more points than Geist in the Shell, but the thing is, big boy rockets will almost never crit. So that's why there's only 1 point there. I can benefit in a situation where I can line up crits. And if it should happen organically, then that's a potential bog down trigger, but it's inconsistent to the point where this is just 1 point to get down the tree, and one of this does more than having a third of this. I always want at least 1 point in Worst Curse because the ability damage is going to make Plaguestorm a little more forgiving to use. And the spell damage will also give me slightly more Echo and Plaguestorm stacking off of my sigil, so like that's why that's there. Another thing I was thinking about, I could potentially run a Lightning Empowering Sigil instead of the Cryo one. For getting amped up that way, but I feel like I don't need that. And I'd rather have more access to Icebreaker. That was stuff I was thinking about. Plate Mail Best Armor you can get is extremely expensive, gives you disadvantage on all your stealth checks. Right. I think Sneak Attack is probably not a coincidence either, considering Rose is the second weakest class in combat. Sneak Attack bad. Heavily dependent on your subclass. Also depends on what monsters your DM throws at you, right? Like, if you're fighting humans, then... If you're fighting humans and you have room to stealth, then rogues are fine. If your campaign's against a ton of undead, and you're just in combat after combat with no breaks, and you don't have any cover, then, like, yeah, probably pretty bad. But that's the thing with D&D, and why it's as build crafty as, you know, non-tabletop games, such as this, and why it fits so well here, because so much is situational. Like, you could totally make the, hey, monks are bad argument, but no, monks, while they have key points, are fucking great, and then when they're out of key points, that's when it's a problem. Like, there's also the squishy caster fallacy, where people are like, yeah, casters they, because they're resource-based, they don't last as well over long periods of time. And it's like, no, because they're resource-based, they're better over long periods of time. Like, sure, your fighters having a slightly bigger HP pool is nice, but armor class ends up being useless on everyone at a certain point. And fighters can't heal themselves without potions. They can't heal other people without potions either, in most cases. If you're a caster, you'd just be like, okay, I'm healed now. And you have additional sources of mitigation that aren't, I'm gonna take the hit, but a smaller hit. So it's lots of cool, best is situational sort of things. Morning, Jester. 2 words, True Sight and Blind Sense, Rogues Evaporated. DD's very crafty, with a lot of nail polish variations. True. Even combat's highly subjective metric. Yeah, you may not exactly do the most extravagant damage, but like you have bonus action, disengage, or hide. Nobody should hit you as a rogue. That's not strong. I don't know what it is. You're underlining the point as well, Illuminated, because like it's gonna depend on situation and personal definition of strength. In any sort of theory crafting area is not uniform. Like for some people, strength is biggest single number you can get. For some people, strength is most efficiency. For some people, it's fastest clear speed. For some people, it's most consistency. For some people, it's least effort required. For others, it's an amalgamation of those things. Like, it's not a... There's no one answer, which is good. I quite like that. If there was one answer, it'd be boring. Let's do a featured run, actually. See how it does in more lengthy mobbing. Fifth edition, all fighters get second win. Part of the class gives them a source of healing. Still less than others, but yes. we go. Talking strictly damage, even that has to be divided into sustained DPR, burst DPR, and semi-sustained DPR. I'm gonna assume DPR is damage per round. Which, yeah. Do the intentional self-nuke there, because now our guns are reloaded. We did actually hit a crit with a big boy there, because we managed to aim it at a crit spot. That was a cool Geist. Doesn't even touch on all the absurd min-maxy multi-class options you could take. Exactly. That's some shared DNA with what I like about looter games with build crafting systems. Set up the Plaguestorm. It's so satisfying. Like, it's such a weird gameplay loop, but I really enjoy it. We're getting around the ammo restriction of the big boy rockets in a couple of creative ways. Also note that big boy rockets are the most efficient damage to ammo spent if you exclude dots. In the rocket launcher category, that's what's allowing us to sustain so well. Because each of these shots is only one ammo. Yes, all of that was my idea, Mo. I'll take credit for all of that. I was gonna read it out, but my eyes glazed over, and yeah, no idea what you're talking about. But I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened. That's a good finger ward. That's really good, actually. Another version of this I was messing around with is one with Stabo instead of Burr. And that allows you to do Ghostblade Universal Soldier, which is also a good way of getting some rocket spam. But I think that would work better as a Frost Shiver. Like dropping the Blight Caller aspect. You'd lose some amp, and you'd lose the Restore the Veil stuff. But if you're doing like the Ghostblade for Universal Soldier thing, I really feel like Blood of the Fallen is very necessary. Otherwise you just find yourself without Ghostblade very often, and then you end up doing this gameplay but weaker. This is such a fun gameplay loop. I'm actually be serious, like, is there a way to noise cancel without having to turn my mic down? You can set up a noise gate, Moo. So sounds that are, like, below a certain level of volume won't get picked up by your voice activation. This doesn't stop things from coming through when it's already picking up something louder. But it means, like, say, moving your mouse won't be loud enough to turn on voice activation if you're not talking. It helps with stuff like that. So I have a noise gate, but I also run push to talk. Obviously, if you're playing something on, say, a controller, running push to talk's a little harder, but because I just happen to have a lot of background noise on average, I do push to talk. Whenever I'm streaming something that requires controller, though, I do switch. Hey Nunu, how are you? I was trying to get through this without using Plaguestorm, but I should have just used it. It would have been off cooldown by now. Lesson learned. Yeah, I should just always go for the Plaguestorm. So I have... Let's see, assuming both the Shark's Banes are active, we round these up. Yeah, these rings alone shave off half the cooldown. Like, on average. And then I have 46 attunement. So my Plaguestorm cooldowns are only around, like, 20-something seconds, maybe? Though I suppose with how diminishing value works on that, 30-something seconds. Yeah, that's fine. Enough for me to just spam. Well, even though I'm at work, hope you're doing good today. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Okay. So I'm gonna want this one on launcher mode. To apply that dot. Total cooldown percent. I have... Oh, I don't have toxicity. I was mathing as if I had toxicity spec. Okay, so whatever figure I gave wasn't accurate. But I have 36 from attunement. Does Mythrank give it? No. Okay, 36 from attunement, and then 2 Shark's Banes at 39.5. 106 from rings. Yeah, so 142? 142. I was doing mental math as if I had the 36 from toxicity, but I don't. This is Plague Bear in Wonderlands. Yeah, kind of. How you doing, Snowspawn? Well, that was a tragic miss. Yeah, there's amped up. You can tell I've amped up on when the movement speed gets, haha, funny. The Plaguestorm Bolt. .24-second cooldown. Sick. So I was right. I estimated at 25. Well, I ended up with the right figure, but with the wrong math. So I was wrong, but it made me right. I didn't mean to put Plaguestorm there. I need him to move. Mr. Glenn, how you doing? Master, are you gonna... Oh, you're just gonna do that. Okay. That's cool. Well, now I gotta wait for Plaguestorm again. I lost all that headway. I didn't mean to kill that bird. Okay. I wanted that one to stay alive because that meant he couldn't spawn another one. But that also does the job. So just that little loop of amp shot to the crit spot, blast chill, echo, under Plaguestorm.
As per usual, Quag hug.
That just eats things. Hey, Rapid Fire, thank you for the 28 months. I appreciate it immensely. Why am I chasing you? You run into the Plaguestorm. That's how this works here. There we go. Kinda sick of reviving. Oh, I hope you feel better. How am I? I'm doing okay. Enjoying rocket launchers and Plaguestorm. Yeah, that was the featured run on C75, and we took no offensive bonuses. Like no crit connoisseur, no damage increasing altars. The only altar bonuses we took were more ammo, which we didn't even end up really needing. Blight Burst. Is this the one that rolls Instinct? I'm actually gonna pick that up because that's really good. Like even the passes on this are really good for this exact build. All damage, area damage, and ward regen delay on a plate mail. It's like, that's really good. I'm taking that. It's not COVID, just a head cold, so I took the day off to get better. If I went to work, one of them kids would have gotten me more sick. So true. So true. Doing well. I've been doing a playthrough of BL3 with a couple friends running the better loot mod. Other than that, vanilla, I've been playing a bunch of Warframe. Overall doing well. Hey, good to hear. Good to hear. Alright, I want to do one more run here. I guess, let's do a boss run. So I'm thinking that because this is how it feels with Chaos Chamber C75, play through C75, which is easier, will feel just good. But I do believe this can be pushed a little farther. With Plaguestorm up, this is a C100 build. It's just the gameplay outside of Plaguestorm is a little awkward. Like, this is how much damage we have with Plaguestorm up. I don't even need to shoot. We take the same frame death. If only you could whack enemies with the actual rocket launcher. That'd be cool if that was the melee animation. Yeah. I always enjoyed the, in the older Halo games, I don't know if you still do it, but the older Halo games, whenever you have the Spartan laser or the rocket launcher on your shoulder, you just boop them with it, the big tube section. Because who doesn't like slapping people with their tubes? Well, I guess this is a crit con run. That does make it interesting. Because, as I said before, we don't crit frequently. Vorkanar is a little awkward here. I'm gonna want poison, poison. We keep one lightning for amped up. Yeah. I think we do this. Plaguestorm, why are you there? That's not where I clicked. I also put the wrong launcher. Did you get dotted? Yes. Having Plaguestorm for the second phase will be nice. There we go. People are just a series of tubes. Yeah. Like I'm currently flapping the public end of my butthole tube. At least one of you who wasn't looking at the screen but had audio looked up when I said that. At least one of you. Yes, I did. With our last rocket. Yeah, these things just pair so well together because launchers don't have enough ammo for you to use them outside of big boy rocket mode for long periods of time. Plaguestorm doesn't have enough uptime to be used by itself for long periods of time. Put them together, they fill each other's holes. This cleans up Obelisk nicely. It does. Now, this is awkward. Against Banshee, I would love to use the fire ones, but if I use Plaguestorm, then Soaked will neuter that. So I think I use Lightning and Dark Magic. Can I play on Chaos 100? Yeah, boot up your game and play in your game. If the question is, can you play with me? No. But you can play in your game. Did I get the amp there? I think I did. Oh, that was a tragic miss. This is one of those situations where Geist would be really good. Since Banshee has that crit spot that I can just click on. And this is one of the arguments for not taking Bog down, because not being able to use fire here is what's really slowing this down. Plaguestorm, you're kind of Not exactly where I wanted you to be, but alright. Maybe I should use a poison one here instead of the dark magic, because I do have plate mail to apply dark magic dots already. If I had poison, that'd just be an extra dot ticking, and more soak consistency. Now killing one enemy just fills our board. It's so nice. I need you to come over here. That should be good. No, Plaguestorm bolts did not target when I needed them to. So now we need to do gunless for the rest. Oh no, I forgot about that. Banshee's a bit of a disaster for this. They never fixed that soaked bug on these skulls. No, no, get over here. Let me hit you. So now what I have to do is I need to wait for Banshee to come over here, plant Plaguestorm, turn on my sigil, and then start balking. Plaguestorm bolts do not seem to target Banshee when she's here. Like, that one just tried to hit, but it didn't look like it landed. Okay, yeah. I want to run this back. Is the ammo thing still there? Start my day with the annual hand protection video. I know there's a thing on Monday mornings known as seeing too much blood this early in the week. Ugh. Oh, the ammo thing isn't here. Okay, well. This is good info. This is what I love to see with build testing. So now we know a situation where having bogged down significantly hurts me, because I'm using Plaguestorm to apply that. But having that means that I can't control when it happens, so that I can't really use fire stuff. Now, I could get around this by using, say, a different method of applying soaked and not taking bogged down. But that basically gives up a weapon slot, and I can't really say Twisted Delusion is a clean solution to that because I'm consuming launcher ammo. So I would want to be applying soaked through, and I can't give up plate mail. So I would have to give up my sigil or Tidebreaker. That's certainly an option. But there are things that Tidebreaker can't hit. Can Plaguestorm hit those things either, though? Like, it's awkward to hit Drill with Tidebreaker, but you can. You can't Tidebreaker Bernadette, but Plaguestorm can't either. Thinking. If I did move the point out of Bogdown, where would it go, though? It'd be Virulence for a little more consistency. If I was like Banshee Tidebreaker, would be great. Yeah. An extra point Worst Curse. I'd be close enough for sigil most of the time. Just the thing was with other bosses, the sigil's so nice because freezing enemies will mean that my melee does more damage, which means my blast chill does more damage. Like, we have burr power on the amulet just for blast chill. That's the only reason. I guess I have enrage on most of the time, so it helps that, but like, that's for blast chill. Blast chill does a lot here because though our blast chills aren't as large as ones without plate mail would be, we get them consistently, so it makes a good flat line for damage. And instances matter a lot here because having a constant stream of damage means that Plaguestorm will be able to deliver decent bolts on average. Remember, things like Echo and Plaguestorm almost always do more damage than you need in density. So that's really nice to have. And so it freezes enemies, meaning that my melee does more, meaning that my blast shield does more, but also the empowering sigils have like that crazy huge dot, which is another good thing to feed into Plaguestorm. And it's freezing enemies for Icebreaker. So like, and it's protecting me from ranged enemies. It's just there's certain bosses it's not good against. So I guess with Banshee, something I could try is just like using fire anyway and hoping that Bog Down doesn't trigger. Another thing to keep in mind is with Chaos Chamber Banshee being higher level than non-Chaos Chamber Banshee, in the playthrough, that won't happen. Like, she would have been dead there. It would have been fine. But this is more a problem to solve for higher Chaos level stuff. I guess another thing I could do for that fight is I could switch from Shark's Banes to either Demon Blights to increase the dots, or... Excuse me, sneezes. Or Fealty for, the crit damage. And then just click crit spot. Because Fealty go hard on this build. You don't get as much gun damage as Shark's Bane, and you don't get the conditional. But you get crit damage, which is important. Because Stoker Fealty giving crit damage is something that your rings otherwise can't give you for launchers. If you look at weapon type passives on rings in this game, every category gets representation except for launchers. There's no launcher mag size, there's no launcher crit damage, launcher reload speed, none of that. All the other weapon types have it. The only way you get it for those weapons is Fealty Oaths. So it's Fealty Oaths or passives that aren't for guns, such as action skill cooldowns, such as spell radius, dark magic efficiency, action skill duration, that stuff. So like this can work out to more damage, depending. But it does depend, right? Like, I don't have that much gun damage right now. My only sources are, I have 30% there, I have the 2 Shark's Banes, I have Myth rank, and then if I have Burn Offering active, that's up to 27%. But that's it. Their votes to ban Qian Pao. Yeah, Qian Pao in singles is apparently a little oppressive. It's fine in doubles. Like, it's not a problem in doubles at all. But in singles, it's, like, running rampant. Oh, Glenny, I was doing some ranked, like, actually on my Switch. And this dude was so confident with this, Annihilate. Oh, ISP is doing the thing right now. First time I've seen it do that in a while. How'd that go? I'm only rank 3. I've done like 6 games or something. But this dude set up, he Terra-fired his Annihilate in front of my Floatzel. I was like, oh, you're greedy. You're greedy. So I Terra Water, Helping Hands, Wave Crash, one-shot it through a bulk up. Overconfidence with Annihilate. Like, Annihilate is scary. I had already hit it once, so he was like, oh, I've got 1 boost to Rage Fist with bulk up, and your Pelipper is dead? Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and click Rage Fist. So he protected in the other slot. because he thought I was going to go for that to not boost Rage Fist more. So I just one-shot it with Wave Crash. People don't respect Floatzel enough. They see Floatzel and they're like, oh, this person's too scared to use Palafin. It's like, no, this person's too smart to use Palafin. Because Palafin's a fucking trap. Palafin requires a dud turn to set up. For the same reason you don't see people run, say, Protects, Guts, Flame Orb super often. Like, they'll do something else with that turn, say Hariyama with Fake Out for that first turn. The reason why you don't see that is because wasting a turn for setup makes you really predictable, and it's just inefficient. Sure, Palafin is great once you get it back out, but Palafin before you get it out the second time is a trash mon. It's terrible. But Floatzel, Swift Swim Floatzel, even without a plus speed nature, outspeeds like everything. Like, they need Tailwind and a fast mon to match you if you have Rain. So if you set up Tailwind and Swift Swim, they can't kill it unless they have priority moves. Sure, if they swap, if they know how Floatzel plays and they swap in like a Rocky Helmet Rough Skin, then they can force you to kill yourself from one hit with Wave Crash Recoil. But a lot of people don't know to do that. The Floatzel's a fucking monster. Wave Crash does so much damage. So, yeah, fuck Palafin, Floatzel's great. Sorry for the Pokemon tangent. Yeah, I had to switch up the team because Series 2 isn't like the current ranked playlist. It's still Series 1, so Paradox Mons are still banned, so I just brought Meowscarada instead. Like, I changed up my Pelipper set, I swapped Knockoff for Helping Hand, and then I brought Meowscarada instead of Iron Hands, and it was doing pretty well. It's hard to get the Sylveon to work. I had a couple games where the Sylveon did surprise some people, but I think the Sylveon's the weakest link on that team, even though it's fun. Physical water types stay cooking. I do want to mess around with Greninja, because I think if we're gonna get a good special water sweeper in current meta that isn't Specs Toxapex, it's gonna be Greninja. Also, I want to try Greninja on a snow team, because you could just Protean into Ice type and flick Blizzard. Like Specs Blizzard Greninja or some shit. I was also thinking about making those ideas kind of a hybrid thing. Like, if you put loaded dice on, you guarantee the 4 hits of Water Shuriken. And yeah, loaded dice on a 15 power move doesn't sound great initially. But Water Shuriken's also a priority move. And if you were to, say, run Torrent instead of Protean, then you could engineer a situation where Torrent can get you some kills you otherwise wouldn't get. But if you run the loaded dice set, then you're bulky enough that certain things that would kill you, like 1.5 defense for ice types is nice, and you're no longer threatened by Volt Switch. You're no longer threatened by Flower Trick. At least non-overgrow Flower Trick. For some reason, people really like running Protean Meowscarada. I think that's just worse. Like, Overgrow's objectively better. Just want to try Big Boys on From the Shadows Guys Blade Caller. Just can't think of any good solutions for this build versus something like Banshee. So, like, Banshee's awkward because I was gonna say Ghostblade, Universal Soldier, and then just click the crit spot with the Fire Launcher. But the thing with that is Ghostblade hitting Banshee's hitboxes. You'd have to go Exeblade tasers. But if you go Exeblade, then you can't get Restore the Veil. A thought I did have was Salt and Battery Universal Soldier. It's like while that Dagger Storm is there, you can get Universal Soldier off that. And if you have a Shadow Step, then you can guarantee one Dagger Storm. What do you think about that? Or Snake Stick? Or Snake Stick, yeah. I need Cryo for you. If we get Battle Bond, Glenny, we're not getting Battle Bond. You're on the Battle Bond cope. They're not going to give it to us. They're scared of that shit. That felt really clean. Just set up Plaguestorm, boop, 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 dead. As long as you have enough enemies, this feels really consistent. 15 base power move with stab, we're at 22.5 on super effective, we're on 45 base power, move 4 to 5 times. 180 base power water move and super effective Mon, and 112.5 on non-super effective. We'd have to use Torrent to get stab. So that would be Torrent. I mean, you could still run Protean, the Protean set with Blizzard, and then just click Terra Water, right? But that would just get you back to original. Running Torrent with Terra Water would give you how much base? Throw in Rain as well, see what happens. Also, Water Shuriken's priority. Like, people forget it's a priority move. That's huge. Another thing I saw someone messing around with yesterday was, you know Copycat gets Prankster? So you can just Prankster Copycat Ariolu. Like, if you have it, like, Choice Bandit or something, then it can actually kill things. It's kind of funny. Stab and Turret are both 1.5. Okay, so it's 2 times. So 30 base power. And then if you Terra as well, it's 2.5. So 37.5. 4 hits. Priority move. That's Hydro Pump damage, but priority. And if you get lucky and get the 5th hit, then that's what's the Hydro Cannon? Yeah. If you get the 5th hit, then that's Hydro Cannon damage. Without the cooldown turn. 100% accuracy, priority. And that's before Rain. It's a lot of damage. poison one here. Actually, what if I just go like this? Put them all in launcher mode. Why'd you have to move? That was so rude. I was greedy. That was damage without Plaguestorm. That wasn't bad at all. Nice. Sorry to stop talking, this is one of those builds where I do have to be a little more thoughtful. I need this for amped up. Okay, there we go. I didn't do enough damage here. Oh, I did. I did. Cool. Bernadette should just get eaten by this launcher, right? Maybe I need amp. I'll use this, apply a shock dot. Get amped up. There we go. A big opportunity. Never mind. I wait for him to come back over here, though. Which he's not gonna do. Ah, he is gonna do it. You fool. I'm the fool. It's too close to the edge. Wasn't paying attention. It's good information, though. Let's wait for cooldown. Or as my boss said, pay me my recent check. I'd forgotten, but yeah, that sucks. I'll use the big boy for if we have Plaguestorm up and it spawns ads. That's what that one's for. Is this one bigger mag? Oh yeah, this is the ×1. Okay, yeah. This one is actually not super inefficient for me to just click. That did get a good bolt onto you, but I didn't mean to hit myself with that. I'm gonna need some ads, Dragon Lord. I got time, but not much. You can do the ads thing? No? Okay, yeah, that was entirely my fault. Yeah. Actually, gaslit me, went on the work computer, showed her my payout. Turns out they owe me 2 checks. That's a lot of money. Maybe I apply a fire dot for an offering. I need to greed less. Now I Plaguestorm. Okay, yeah, that was good. That was good. Yeah, just greed less, take advantage of the sigil. That's what it's there for. Okay, good. That should phase you, right? I got it. Stand here so you do that attack. This is fun. I like this more thoughtful gameplay. Because this one is ×1, I can't actually spam it as efficiently as Big Boy Rockets. And makes it a good Bernadette killer. Something I was thinking about doing is including in the backpack for this Queen's Cry with Taser and a Shamwai, so I can, when I'm completely out of ammo, I can swap and do that. Pog thinking. Thinking is enjoyable. I do recommend it. I wanted to melee that for amp hilt, but no amp for me. Well, I was thinking about these amp shenanigans. I was also thinking that Blightgeist could be an option here. Like, Blight Grave, because if you were to go to Grave Capstone, then you could get Wraithmail every time you cast a spell. Bye, game. There we go. Most people don't want to be left alone with their own thoughts. Well, yeah, that's why I vent my thoughts at you guys. Gonna have a fun time and play through for sure. Slightly less tanky bosses, fun gameplay loop. I'm glad you think so. That was the goal. Tell me about your pixel pistol thoughts, and I'll tell you about my phenomenal inventions. It works. It's a good balance. Banshee again. Okay. So yeah, I think what I settled on is we're gonna try to just click fire and hope that bog down doesn't happen. I'm gonna switch elements for this too, I think. I gotta change the thing there. Yes, Kevin, hello. Totally not where I clicks, but alright. Yes, it's going here. some progress. Yeah, Banshee's awkward, but doable. Hey, awkward but doable is my nickname in high school. No, they left off the doable part. God, you said it, Kevin. Do I have ammo for this? Maybe. Soaked. So now I switch back to this. Hopefully don't miss. That was a good chunk. I'll save the rest of my ammo. I'll have to see what this cat wants after this. Probably water. He's a thirsty boy. Yes, Jaybridge, it is cold for lawn chairs. Plaguestorm, do the thing, do the thing. I don't have ammo. Uh-oh. Okay. This is fine. Gotta go for the gold here, chat.
TBJ_Quag, thanks for streaming Wonderlands. I'm watching with my son and he really looks up to you. He's playing baseball in the spring and he really wants to throw as well as you do.
Holy shit. Murdering me on my own stream. Amazing. Thank you for the 13 months, Etrigan, with the 6 streak. Wow, huh. You don't have to cook me like that. Alright, we got it. See, we got it. We can still do damage without ammo. Because we're tanky enough to actually melee Banshee multiple times. That's where unarmored defense comes in. It's like, unarmored defense makes amped up less effective. I think it's also Wraith Mail. Amped up in Wraith Mail, you get less. Like, it properly adjusts. So you still only get the percentage of what your new max is. It's Harbinger and Mage Armor that are the ones that don't check. Unless they've changed that at some point. But that's fine, because we still get the same... We still get the listed value, right? But this means that our natural regen is more potent because that doesn't check. So we still get the 452 rate, even though our max ward is, you know, less than the listed value. Not much less though, because our constitution investment still gets us to a point where we're almost there. Emotional damage, if there ever was any. Yeah. Yeah. Assault rifle crit, SMG mag size, those are things that launchers can't get on rings. So that's where field heals would be good. And for sections where I'm shooting for dots, like against Banshee, I suppose I could run the Demon Blights and it'd be a little bit better. But the cooldown on the Plaguestorm really helped too, for when I ran out of ammo. Morning, Roddy. We did actually fight the Queen today. I'm thinking we go fire there. We'll run one of each element so I can switch as needed. And I missed it. It was on the first run of the day. Okay, warm up is over. Now let me do my little thing. And we'll set up for actual playthrough. Notice the sea level. Plaguestorm. Let's see. Just taking a minute to get things set up. There we go. I had to do things in reverse order. I set up some of it ahead of time, but turns out I have to make the counter and then change OBS or else it doesn't work. OBS moment. We got the timer up now too. Cool. Hey Coombs, how you doing? So, as per usual, I will go over the build and stuff once I get control, and then we'll start the timer and whatnot. I expect this one will be slower because I'll have to be more methodical with my use of ammo. I have rocket launchers in all 4 slots, so I do have that movement speed penalty. This is another build that doesn't run amnesia, so our only move speed increases are from amped up, which requires me lightning dotting enemies. Cold snap, which I have to use my action skill to double, and armor passive. So we're going to be moving slow on average. Got control. Hey, control. We're going to be moving slower on average than some of the other runs. So I expect this one might be over 2 hours. And then I'll also have to be careful on Banshee. Slightly careful on Westward, I guess. Yeah, managing ammo will be a thing. Speedrunning? Yeah. We're doing, rocket launchers and Plaguestorm on C75. C75 intense. The original launcher build I made was back on C20. You can use launchers for dot stuff all the way through C100, but this is less dot oriented and more actually doing damage with launchers and Plaguestorm off of a few things. Let me go back to this. We definitely want that there. Rocket launcher suffer in C100. You can still make them work. It's just bossing is awkward. There's strategies to make it. You can still deliver the damage. It's just at that point, then the ammo stuff starts kicking in. But if you budget your ammo well, include ways of getting it back, such as something I forgot to do, just get Chamois and Queen's Cry Taser. But you can work around. It just takes a lot more setup to make it work on C100, but it's viable. Great with dots. Outside of that requires more work. Yeah, exactly that. If you treat it like, say, you know how in BL3 with the Sandhawk, you only whip it out for, yeah, make the joke. You only use it for short periods of time. Like, you want this one enemy super dead. You can do that in this game with, say, the micro rockets underbarrel and some fire rate. You can just switch to that and burst something down really quick. But that's ammo inefficient. Big boy rockets are very ammo efficient, as are ×1 doctrines on the regular fire mode. Those are only 1 ammo per shot, so they hit really hard and do quite well. But you see the dot on this is 2,379 with a 25% chance. It's quite good. Yeah, as you can see here, we've got 4 different doctrines. Now, in our bag, we've also got a second one of each element. The cryo ones are ×1, while the others are ×2s. The cryo ones will allow me to just shoot a little more efficiently for when I want to apply dots for things that I can't really justifiably big boy rocket. We've got a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo, which is a pretty popular site for builds that focus on not meleeing. But this is one that also melees a little bit as well. 1.94 swing speed roll is what we opted for. Poison one is for triggering Bog down. But I also do have a Dark Magic one if I want something very neutral, and a Lightning one for if I want to trigger Amped Up. Or specifically not trigger Bog down. That's sometimes a use case. We've got Sharksbanes with gun damage and action skill cooldown. These are chosen because in the ring slot, you can't benefit from weapon type specific passives unless you run Fealty Oaths. Now, I could run a Fealty Oath here. I'd have less gun damage, but I would have the crit damage, the Stoker crit damage. So, situationally better for bossing. But because of the nature of big boy rockets, I'm not going to be critting frequently. I decided that running the Sharksbanes for the better baseline gun damage, and then having the conditional against land sharks and the action skill cooldown for more frequent Plaguestorms. The amount of cooldown we have in this kit gets us to around 24-second Plaguestorm cooldown. So very manageable. Triple amp shield ward with vibing enchant allows us to have a lot of damage as long as we manage our health and ward bars well, which definitely adds a nice layer to the gameplay. We've got a Corrupted Plate Mail, Blight Claw with movement speed, area damage, all damage, and then we've got 3 in Amped Up, 2 in Wraith Mail. This is to give us high consistency on getting our amp shots. I'll explain that a little more when we get to the skill tree. We've got a Blaze of Glory with Frost and Burr Power. The Burr Power is there to boost our Enrage bonus element and our Blast Chills from our melee weapon. But Blaze of Glory is good here specifically because it does give us a little more damage when we're down. It gives us that fire bonus element. That's nice. Having the shorter Save Your Soul timer is less problematic when you're a Berserker because you have Relentless Rage to extend it. So it cancels out to something around neutral. But getting the reload from going down on this means that if I rotate through 3 of my big boy rockets and I know I'll have to fire the 4th without securing the kill and moving on to the next encounter, I can instead fire that 4th one in a position that will down me while doing as much damage to enemies as possible. And that will reload the other 3. So then I can switch to those, get myself up, and continue rotating. And I can do that pretty much as many times as required because, like I said, I have Relentless Rage, allowing me to get back up. We've got an Empowering Sigil here with double radius and cooldown. This is mostly to distribute dots, but also freezing enemies makes it easier to hit them with big boy rockets. It keeps them inside a Plaguestorm more easily, and it gives me better access to Icebreaker in my Berserker tree. For the skill tree, Blight Caller down to Restore the Veil. Restore the Veil is big here because it makes dark magic damage restore wards instead of health. Plate Mail takes 30% of your damage, chops it off into a dark magic bonus element. And Plate Mail applies to dots as well. You can get dark magic dots, and that's a really good way of just getting consistent healing. So, of course, if you shift that over to wards and you supplement that with things like Amped Up, things like Wraith Mail, you can fill up your ward very quickly and very often. So that lets us get more amp shots more frequently. We've got Unyielding here, which is keeping our health topped off. It doesn't work super fast, but it's something. And that combined with a 1 point in Blood Frenzy means that we have decent uptime on the Viving Enchant over on our ward, which is what makes the triple amp purple work out to be better than Deuce's Visage on average. It's the difference of that enchantment. Wraith Mail at 5 out of 3 gives 35% of wards back on kill. Now, Wraith Mail and Amped Up do not work the way that Harbinger and Mage Armor do. Harbinger, the Amulet, and Mage Armor, the Spell Shot skill. With Unarmored Defense, they don't check for your new maximum, but your old maximum instead. Meaning you get much more value out of those simply by speccing Unarmored Defense. With Wraith Mail and Amped Up, they do adjust, but this doesn't mean that you get reduced value relative to what's on the card. It just means you get what's on the card instead of it being doubled. So they're still very good to have. And because Amp Shields Triple Amp only drain 20% and Wraith Mail gives back 35%, this works out to, as long as I get a kill with this, even if I'm taking damage, with Amped Up, even if I'm taking damage, and of course I've Restored the Veil, I can just get another amp shot immediately. If I don't, then getting 2 kills is enough for that, for sure. We have 1 Geist in the Shell. We're not going to be critting consistently, but it's still nice to have for the moments when we are able to. Geist in the Shell is just great damage. It's a double dip. 1 point is not going to be nearly as effective as 5 points, but 1 point is still way better than nothing. And in situations where we aren't going to be getting good damage out of it anyway, it's still a way of triggering Bog Down. 2 Virulence, mostly to move down the tree, but also status effect Duration is good for extending the length of Amped Up, Worst Curse, and Burnt Offering. But the Chance is also going to make it easier to apply those things without having to spend a lot of ammo, and also makes Plaguestorm better at applying those dots. We skip Active Decay and Hex Machina because they do basically nothing for us here, and we take Flawless Edge. Even though we're expending our wards to do damage with our amp, we spend so much time at full that we still get good value out of Flawless Edge. Even though I believe Flawless Edge is another one that does check for Unarmored, so we are getting half value, if I'm remembering that correctly. It's still better than anything else in this tree. Worst Curse is there to give us a little more chip damage off of our sigil. We're always applying dark magic, so this should always be on. But also gives us ability damage, which gives us a little more out of our Plaguestorm bolts. Helps marginally in bossing. And then Burnt Offering is... we're not going to have great uptime in this because we don't use fire frequently. Now, we can luck into Plaguestorm applying some fire, or we can use fire launchers. But this is gun damage, just going to help our big boys do more damage, and spell cooldown. Now, note that the gun damage won't make our dots bigger, so we're not really missing out in situations where we're just clicking for dots. But this will help our mobbing with big boy rockets for when that's relevant. And the spell cooldown, this is 36% at 3 stacks. So when we have Burn Offering, you notice that this sigil basically has no cooldown, because it's got 5-second duration, card value cooldown of 10.1 seconds. We've got 36% cooldown from here, and then with max intelligence, we have 30% there. So 66% cooldown on that basically means we have, as long as we're paying attention, full uptime on our spellcast enchants. So full uptime on that 30% gun damage there, full uptime on that 50% global there, and that's just really nice to have. Also, we're constantly freezing and applying dots to things. It feels real good. And in the Burr Tree, unyielding, as I mentioned for the healing, we take 2 points in Savagery here rather than 2 in Ancestral Frost, because with Whisper Rot and our Amulet passive, we already have a lot of bonus Frost damage. So taking Savagery enhances our melee, which we are swinging to get our Amp and Echo Hilts, and for Blast Chill. So this will be more damage there. But also the Enraged duration for Savagery is nice, because with Plaguestorm, it's not a high percentage uptime skill. Like, we have our 24 seconds of downtime. So during that time, every kill, we get a second back on Enrage with Blood Frenzy. But setting our Enrage duration to be 17 seconds instead of 15 does mean that we only need to get 7 kills to have 100% Blood Frenzy, 100% Enrage uptime. So 7 kills during downtime is totally feasible. And of course, Relentless Rage allows us to have a second method of enraging, even if that proves to not be enough. Because we're a Berserker, we take Icebreaker. It's just one of those you always do it things, because with a class feat, you are always doing cryo damage. So you just take it. Cold Snap is movement speed and also more Frost efficiency. Movement speed's good in general, but Frost efficiency directly gives you more Icebreaker mileage. Unarmored Defense allows us to have some nice HP bar bulk, which allows us to survive things we otherwise wouldn't. Blood Frenzy is some healing and gives us Enrage during Plaguestorm downtime. Then Relentless Rage counteracts Frenzied Wrath. And Blast Chill is there for some good damage under Plaguestorm. Remember, Blast Chill is a double dip. So if we hit with our melee, we get that damage. Blast Chill is a double dip off of that. Then Plaguestorm will double dip off of that. And then we can Echo and double dip off of that. So it's a nice little cascade. And because we have Corrupted Plate Mail, Blast Chill has 2 chances to proc per hit. They won't be full damage because the Blast Chills will still proc off of whichever instance triggered them. So like the 70% that isn't Plate Mail, then the 30% that is. Obviously a Blast Chill that triggers off of that 30% won't be good, but it's something. And then the Blast Chills themselves, of course, get Plate Mail, so they get divided into a 70-30 split as well. Basically means we just have a lot of instances of damage, which is a lot of chances to apply dots, which is good consistency. Because this isn't a build where we hit very often, so squeezing more instances means we get more uptime on these important effects, primarily these 2, but mostly this one. And then hero points, we max intelligence, we max attunement, remainder constitution, and this is with, I believe this is Alchemist background. Yeah, the one that's +8 wisdom, -5 constitution, +2 attunement, -2 dexterity. So we put nothing in the crit stats because we were critting extremely infrequently here. This allows us to get more important utility things. That's by far the longest build breakdown we've had to do before one of these runs, but this is a bunch of weird tech coming together, and I figured it warranted it. Cool. I'm good with having these things equipped. So I'm going to set all these to Big Boy, and then start the timer, and we'll do the thing. Ready, go. So I'm going to start by activating a Plaguestorm here just to get Enrage for the movement speed. We're not going to actually need Plaguestorm or significantly benefit from it until that first badass skeleton. So I'm gonna be activating it. I think I'll be able to get it a second time before then. Maybe. I'm gonna set this fire one back to non-big boy so that I can just click on these crabs and kill them that way. It's a wide-ass mods emote. Show you a wide-ass mod. You don't actually need to kill all three of those. Something I only realized recently. That'd be me. Punctuation is important. It is. Should be doing the cryo for this. Do a little plaguey waggy. A little fucky wucky. Yeah, 1 ammo per shot launchers that actually have a conventional projectile path. I feel like these are the things that are overlooked that cause people to be like, launcher's bad. Because things like the blue cake and cannonballer, they do insane damage and have great dots, but they have weird range constraints and non-traditional projectile flight paths, right? So you end up in situations where it's like, this would be great if I could hit anything with it. So I feel like people saw enough cases of that and were like, oh, they're all like this, without proper vetting of the weapon class. Smooth or twerking ash emo. The starter pistol morphs into a rocket launcher. It's pretty funny. I'm gonna save a little ammo here because I don't remember exactly where the next vendor is. I won't kill what I don't need to. Probably should have killed something there to keep Enrage going for a few more seconds. You live and learn. I'm gonna activate it here. I didn't make inventory space. Awkward. Gonna have to do that juggling thing. No, not the auto mantle. Every time. I swear. Yeah, as long as I save a rocket for Ribula, I think I'm good. I don't need many, just like one. Let's see, 100. This is 75. There you go. Can make out the indicator on mobile tanks. Yeah, no worries. This is 75. In hindsight, maybe a ×1 of the lightning one would have been good as well, so I can efficiently trigger amped up as I move through areas, but I think as long as I plan for it taking 2 ammo, it'll be fine. I'm gonna activate Plaguestorm here for more Enrage for double Cold Snap. A lot of these Plaguestorms are gonna be just for movement through areas. Now, on the one hand, that does present a case for running action skill duration increases, which is something that I'm notably not doing. But the problem with that is, with playthroughs, you're moving through areas more than you're staying in one place. So, Plaguestorm does not have a massive radius. As soon as you're in an encounter that no longer needs it, you are waiting for it to end and then waiting for it to come back. So I feel shorter duration Plaguestorm is a little bit better. This is one of the reasons why I opted not to take Blood of the Fallen, that being the Berserker capstone, because while it helps you get Plaguestorm back faster, it also keeps it going longer, which delays you getting it back. Like, let's say it was still on for me right now, and I killed these guys. Well, it got extended by 60% duration right there. Those 3 enemies. But, like, at that point, it's not helping me get more Plaguestorms, it's forcing me to have fewer. Another thought I had while messing around with this stuff was, you could totally do this as a Bog Totem setup. It would work out similarly. Your bossing would suffer, obviously, from not having Plaguestorm, but you'd be getting a lot of chip damage from not Plaguestorm, excuse me, Bog Totem for your Echo Hilt. Also, you'd be able to set up dots more consistently just by spawning a Plague Totem, or I keep saying Plague, Bog Totem of the appropriate element to apply that dot that you need. So you could just spawn lightning ones and then have amped up much more easily. But it would also open up the option of using Harbinger if you wanted to, because then you could just spawn one and then have that 2 seconds of massive ward regen. It'd be very comfortable. Harbinger plus unarmored defense is a really slept-on combo. It gives you an insane amount of bulk. Alright, Mike, come here. Do the thing. Save quit here. got enough ammo for this section. I still am gonna pop a preemptive Plaguestorm here. That should mean that bolt's enough to kill. So if that would die, you didn't. Switch these over to Big Boy on the trip. I think Plaguestorm's good there. Fun gameplay. This is really one of the most thought-heavy builds I've done in a while. Like, there's a lot of split-second decision-making, like, okay, which kind of rocket do I need to fire, which element rocket, how long do I have on the timers for all of my different big boy rockets, am I going to use my action skill for movement speed through the area, or am I going to use it for killing a big threat, or am I going to use it for chip? How much do I want to lean on Echo Blast Chill to conserve ammo? A lot of choice making. You're Master Man. I hope you're having a good day. I am. Endstream? I am. What would you say the strongest combination classes in Wonderlands, in your opinion? You're gonna have to get more specific on the parameters. There's no best in every situation. That's just not how these games work. People try to put things in neat little boxes and categories like that, but that's just, at the end of the day, that's not how a sufficiently robust build crafting game will ever function. So, like, best, strongest for what? I was actually holding the wrong weapon. I didn't mean to do that. It worked out. I'm going a little buck wild with ammo right now because I know we're about to get Fenders. Cool. Hey, Wales. I hope the builds are fun and viable. Gotta go do adulting. Want to say hi. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, the builds are definitely a lot of fun right now. This is really enjoyable. And it's flashy. It's definitely outside the box. I love doing stuff like that. Almost forgot to get the ammo that I was just talking about getting. That would have sucked. Strongest in terms of minimal effort to stay alive, easiest output, high damage. It's like, that's still between a few things. What would your preferred method of damage dealing be? Like, what archetype? Spells, melee, dots, guns? Yeah, throw out guns, because it just isn't competitive with the others. Spells, melee, dots, any preference with those? It's like, that's going to affect the answer a lot. let's shoot that for some amped up. Okay, that's the movement speed with amped up, without even double cold snap. Put Plaguestorm down there. Not the right launcher. I still hit that shot somehow. Guns don't keep up with others? No. This is not a gun game. Borderlands 3 wasn't a gun game either, but guns were close enough in some aspects that people still could compete in a lot of areas. But no, guns just do not keep up with spells, dots, and melee in this game. You can still be fully viable with well thought out and optimized gun builds at C100, but just know that they will always be weaker. That was a good big boy. Go. Use guns with dots? Well, yeah. Certain guns are very good at applying dots. Give you an example. Sword Explosion is just, in most situations, it's gonna be the holy grail of bossing damage for guns, for gun builds. A Sword Explosion in a dot build does more damage than a Sword Explosion in a gun build, because Sword Explosion is also one of the best dot guns. I was gonna get the cat water, but I forgot about it. Sorry, Kevin. Give me a little while. You had some, like, last night. It's fine. You go through that bowl way too fast. If you're new, don't worry about best. Just try them all, have fun. Yeah, like, I don't understand why people with these games, they get so focused on what's the best thing I could be doing right now. Having fun is the best thing you could be doing right now. Kevin very close to me. There is. He's a good boy. Fond of my Borderlands games? This isn't a Borderlands game. Yes, I'm still pointing that out because it's important. Fun. Sword Explosion did more damage at Warknar than my melee did, and my Hammer Claw Stalker and I did more than 3% gun damage. Yeah, Sword Explosion's great, but that just means your melee isn't optimized. But yeah. That's another one of the reasons Sword Explosion's as popular as it is, because you do not need to invest much to see results. When you do invest, you do get very good results. But even as good as Sword Explosion is, melee is better. That was so clean. Min-maxing can be fun. Yeah, I get a lot of enjoyment out of min-maxing. But min-maxing before you know the basics of how the game operates can get you to a point where you feel overwhelmed. before you can have fun. I don't recommend newcomers jump directly into min-maxing. Like, figure out what you enjoy in the game first. Forgot to jump when I popped that. Level 11 was the absolute best I can do to destroy everything. Wrong vantage point. Yeah, you see it very frequently. Like, you'll have people who are, say, in the first section of Borderlands 3, people on Pandora who are like, what item should I be farming for right now? Like, no. The answer is no. Launcher is bad, Haru. This is one of the things that gets strengthened by people who insist that the focus of these games is the farming. It's not. The focus of a video game is to play the video game. You can enjoy farming, but there's objectively points at which it does nothing for you, other than make you play the game less. And this goes with min-maxing as well. I'm hugely into min-maxing. My entire channel is built on theory crafting. And it's how I get enjoyment out of these games. But it's definitely also something I would not recommend for when you're first getting into things. Because it can suck the enjoyment out of it. Blows my mind people want to save quit farm. One of the harsh realities of Lands games is Lands fans do not know they do not like Lands games. Lands fans who enjoy save quit farming do not know that they don't like the game. Because you'll see some of the requests from that section of the fanbase, and it is always to minimize gameplay. Some of it is, you know, innocuous, benign ways of minimizing gameplay that would generally just be better. Like, things like having respawn stations closer to every major enemy. That's something Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands took steps to get closer towards, although there's still holes occasionally. Things that aren't necessarily minimizing gameplay, but still minimizing your time in-game, like having a companion app to manage your inventory on your phone. That'd just be good, because sorting through your bank isn't gameplay, it is time in-game that isn't gameplay. But then you'll have things like, oh, well, I want to be able to farm takedown bosses without doing the takedown. You would like to play the game less? Things like, oh, this item shouldn't be in the world drop pool. It should only drop from a specific enemy. Okay, so you would like to cut off other people's options and play the game less? What positive function does that serve? Nothing. But it all stems from wanting to minimize gameplay without consciously acknowledging that you don't want to play the game. You're not there for the combat system, you're not there for the build crafting, you're there for the gacha. At which point, you can play a gacha, like, there's some unironically enjoyable ones. Just acknowledge it for what it is. You need a boss rush in every future game. Shut up. I mean, boss rush mode would be a great way of doing that. Oh, the boss playlist for Chambers in this game was a fan request that made it in after a couple months, and it was very well received across the board because it does allow you ways of getting to bosses more quickly than you otherwise could. But you still have a strong focus on gameplay. It's still gameplay to get to the boss. It's not just walk up to enemy, one-shot, save, quit, do the same thing. You still are playing the video game. So it made a lot of people happy. That same opinion about Minecraft mod packs. You have auto-crafting infinite resource mods. There's a fine line between quality of life and removal of gameplay. And that line is in different places for different people. Removing tedium is not removing gameplay. Like, for example, dialogue skip for the purpose of getting more of these runs in. It allows me to make content more easily, and I'm still getting the same amount of gameplay. I don't have to sit here and wait. Removing dialogue and removing enemies are entirely different things. Truth is, Save Good Farm was the only thing BL2 offered, at least at launch, so they got used to it. Now I want every game to have it and have its place. Shouldn't be the focus. But so what I was thinking about is, if BL2 had stopped its content cycle after Hammerlock DLC. Game didn't have content. Let's think about it. UVHM and Peak, not there. People like Tina DLC narratively, even though the gameplay it offers is actively terrible. But people are willing to forgive it for the narrative stuff, which is fine. Each their own. Lilith DLC introduced Hatterax, which is one of the few raid bosses in that game that's actually good. And that was before Headhunters as well. So the game's content would have been Veracitus, which is good, but people don't like fighting Veracitus because Veracitus can kill you. Hyperius, which is good, so people would have bought that. Terramorphous. Master Gi. Vermi. And you have your non-repeatable arenas. And that's it. People would have hated the game if that was all that was there. It's just funny to think that, like, a lot of people who have criticisms of subsequent games that took different approaches do not remember how long it took for that game to become what it is now. It's like the same people who still criticize BL3 for stuff they patched out at the start of 2020. Like... This is a note: you can dodge every one of Terra's tentacle swings, and I don't talk about the Rock of Shame. Yeah, the Rock of Shame is just terrible design and cheapens the whole thing by being there. I had a conversation in Official yesterday about how community perception of certain features can change how those things are viewed permanently. And the subject for that was Boar, and I think this ties in sort of in a similar enough way to the Rock of Shame that it's relevant here. But basically, people view Boar as this crazy, busted, damage skill, one-shots everything. No, Boar is a shit skill. Boar's biggest use case is turning off bullet reflection. Otherwise, it is a niche scenario skill that works out to just be a functionally inferior version of Eraser in every possible way. But the thing that people attribute to Boar is the half a dozen enemies with hitboxes so fucked that half a dozen different things can abuse those hitboxes. And it's not damage increase that's killing it, it's infinite damage because of bad hitbox design. Like, it's an enemy that didn't make it through QA, not a skill being good. But because people look at things like, oh, starter pistol, OP10 peak, starter pistol, bunker bore, like, stuff like that, the perception is skewed. You can do the same thing with, Gage and Maya's ricochets. Just because it's the hitboxes. Just those skills have actual use cases on their own, whereas Boar does not. So, things like the gate for Master Gi, things like the Rock of Shame for Terra, the existence of those things. I should have bought ammo. Let me fast travel back and buy ammo. The existence of those things makes people overlook the reality of how they are actually used. So to your point about it's possible to dodge all of Terra's tentacle attacks, yeah, I believe it. You think anyone has bothered to learn that? I don't. Still beating the intended way, and I respect that. I don't find any enjoyment in using glitches and exploits, personally. Stuffed. Bro, raid bosses are so great. Hides behind rock, billboard, and gate. Which challenge runs at the best time? C75, Reaper of Bones with Sawmill. The best time thus far. In terms of the best time on C100, it was Ambihex? It was either Ambihex or Ghostblade. I don't remember which one. No, it was Ambihex. Second was Ghostblade. But fastest overall was Reaper of Bones Sawmill at 75. Generally, for these runs, I've been following, or attempting to follow, the rule of, melee and spell stuff goes to 100, gun stuff goes to 75, and ability stuff goes to 50. There's been exceptions, like Blizzard was not good enough to hang on 50 at all. Didn't mean to launch those guys like that. Whoops. Sawmill do for Reaper? Sawmill is a gun that has a high ammo capacity, has built-in multi-target capability. It's also splash. So we did Reaper with Last Gasp, and Quiver of Holding for maximum possible ammo regen, stacked a bunch of mag size, and then used Reaper Bones plus Amnesia to keep our own ward broken, to have the Reaper and Amnesia bonuses active at all times, or at least a high percentage of the time, and shot a Sawmill with effectively infinite ammo. Intentional down there to give me another big boy rocket. I'm gonna need to shoot the lightning one to get amped up, and then just click the fire one constantly, I think. Oh, that didn't go how I wanted that to. I took way too much damage there. Don't think this reaches, but I have to try anyway. Coming over here. Okay. Good. Plaguestorm doesn't hit Banshee. It can. It's like Ghostblade. It can, but it doesn't. Hi, Viper. Storm Dragon's Judgment, does melee weapon matter besides getting high crit chance? The crit chance and crit damage are what matter. The other stats are not factored in. That's why Pickaxe is optimal. It gets you high crit chance and high crit damage. And the only thing you lose is, like, some base damage, but that's fine. Like, even for swinging builds, the crit stats and swing speed being good factor out to just being more DPS, despite Pickaxe being a lower base than something like, you know, like a Banshee. Happy Megara Monday. World drop farming bad, goes to Uranus, and yeah, the loot enemies. And Nox Armory. And Scarlet Armory. Which are all world drop farms. Chest the end of Heroes Pass. And the train, the snowman train. All world drop farms. Hope you're well, kitty. It's like with Dragon Lords, some of the animations or idle stances don't get recognized by something. Blade guys, Ghostblade for yours. Yeah, yeah. I want to reiterate, the point of making comparisons like that regarding the world drop thing is not to dunk on people, it's to point out hypocrisy. Because a lot of these criticisms are predicated on, hey, old game did this thing better. It's like, no, it's the same thing in both. You are just biased when it comes to the older one. Must admit here, I've played some Wonderlands outside of Gas Chambers where I farm world drops. That's cool. Like, there's a few things that you do have reason to go to outside of Chaos Chamber. Like money farming. Whenever there's not a mimic-heavy playlist available, the best money farm is overworld dungeons. I also like XP farming inside of the mirrors for when I'm trying to hit level thresholds in conventional playthroughs, or after I've completed Dragon Lord and I'm looking to level up before doing chamber stuff. Like there's definitely cases for stuff outside of chambers, just few and far between compared to reasons to be in the chamber. I like the idea of setting up Plaguestorm on top of one of those recurring barrels, because you just get a lot of free damage feeding into it by doing that, right? It's a well-placed big boy. Not even a dungeon, just place on the map. You know, the last castle in Tangle Drift has with badass enemies. Is it the church in Tangle Drift? Yeah, that's a dense place. Decent mobbing. I'd say that place is probably more dense than Chaos Chambers, because it's the enemies are just concentrated in a smaller area. Bad news, phenomenally easy to get sidetracked in Forspoken, like, super easy to get sidetracked. Like God of War Ragnarok easy to get sidetracked. Where I was trying to beat the whole game in a day, and I ended up just derping around at Vanaheim for 3 fucking hours. Same time link, not as side questy. Okay. As if Nox required you to fight the enemies to get the keys in order to loot that armor, wouldn't be half as popular. Yeah, because, once again, save quit farmers don't like playing the game. Just own it. It's okay. But as a gameplay-focused player, I prefer having to do fucking anything. Derp around in Vanaheim for that long twice. So we go big boy on this one, big boy on this one, stay launcher on this, launcher on this. You exist to get me amped up. Am I chaos bugged right now? I think I am, so I'm just gonna save quit just to be safe. I'll accept the time loss. Interested at all by Hogwarts Legacy? No, 0% interest. Negative interest. I do not have any interest in giving my money to people who use their platforms to inflict harm. I will not begrudge you your choice to consume the game or not. It's not my business, but I do not want to myself. I didn't want Plaguestorm there, but we'll work with it. Seems like a chaos bug or two, or is consistent reach run. Yeah, it's one of those things that happens, I guess. Let's deal with Forspoken wise, everything mixed review wise, been living under a work-shaped rock for the last month. I've heard a lot of complaints about the dialogue and the Square Enix-ness of the game. Some of it is blatantly just hate-mongering. So I'd take it all with a few grains of salt. But it's still something I have intent to play. It's just the newest thing to hate on. Spam a little less. Yeah, maintaining amped up is a little awkward. I originally had Storm Surge on the build for that. But Twin Soul having amp and echo is too nice to give up. Okay. I mismanaged my rockets a little bit there. Starting to get a little low, but we've got a vendor coming up, I think. What's the combat like if you're compared to another game? I can't. See, there you go. That's one of the things that makes me want to give it a chance. The thing that drew me into that game when it was first shown was the movement and combat flow looked different to anything else I'd seen. And that's... movement is how you get me interested in a game in general. Also, unique combat systems. It's cool. I mean, you guys know what I'm about when I play games. I'm all about fiddling with combat systems. So, as long as that's fine, you know, I could forgive other stuff. To a point. Saw a clip a long time ago where someone found such a complex way to go to Nox army just to not drive through all the maps to fight Nox involved. Dueling with a teammate, them pushing you out of the map, bounce, let shotgun grenade jumping like 20 times over the map. The lengths Lance players will go to not play. Amazing. Rockets left. I will opt not to shoot this guy so that I can Plaguestorm the third guy and rocket this one. I'll Plaguestorm the next one. Freezing is nice. And we should get ammo before the next enemy, right? This is just Vendor and then Lachance. Problem with Square Enix is the CEO's commitment to garbage like NFTs, nothing to do with the game. Square Enix has a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. They have the occasional W, like, you know, publishing Outriders was pretty cool. But, other than that, yeah. It's on the list. I'm sure I'll get to it, and it's like 70% off. Maybe by then I'll have a PC that can actually run it. Yeah, that's another big thing with Forspoken. The game isn't optimized very well. It's like it's huge file size, and the PC one just has huge performance requirements. Huge system requirements, rather. So that's another thing on the file. Outriders fans sweating after how they dropped Avengers. I mean, Outriders was never doing as poorly as Avengers was. But I wouldn't consider it safe either. That's a good point to bring up, Jaybridge. Like, Avengers was always a disaster. You guys remember I attempted to stream the Avengers beta? And it ran at 10 FPS? This was very early Quag stream, but yeah, I was willing to give that game a chance, but it got 10 FPS, and it was 10 FPS of, like, the most repetitive and boring gameplay I'd ever seen. There's talk about Outriders shut down servers not being playable. We're just speculating on how likely something like that would be, because Marvel's Avengers, they did announce that it's on end of life. It's shutting down support and development as of September, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Like, all the microtransactions they push to try to keep the game funded and alive, everything in the cash shop is being made free. Like, the game's uber dead. They had other characters and campaigns in development that are just scrapped because the game was not liked by people, so they just killed it. 56 minutes coming out of Fortitude is pretty good. As much as I like Outriders, this is why I kind of hate the always online game concept. Yeah, there's more than a couple games that I really enjoy that online only has been a vulnerability. Like, I really enjoy Godfall and Outriders. They're both online only games that it was trendy at a particular point in time. They hate on each of them. So, like, I worry sometimes. Back 4 Blood used to be online only. They actually converted that game from being online only, I think, as a way of future-proofing, which is good. Whoopsie. These games, you pay a price to monthly subscriptions, and they have microtransactions that decide all you paid is now void, you can't even play the game anymore. Yeah, so, like, people who advocate for things like, oh, Borderlands should move to online only, fucking why? What advantage does that give that you can't just achieve in some way other than forcing people to have an active internet connection and giving the game a definite expiration date? Like, why? Doesn't do anything positive. Like, the things that have indefinite longevity that are online only are things way bigger than the LAN's IPs are ever going to be. We're talking things like RuneScape and WoW. Even things as big as Overwatch aren't safe. Like, how scary is that? It's kind of like people mad physical copies of video games still exist. Yeah, like, why is that a problem? I get that disk drives as a whole are just not really as much of a thing anymore. People don't really go and physically buy games very often. But having the option is good. I think that's why it was legitimate criticism when people were upset when the Xbox was like, hey, yeah, we have physical copies, but, like, it just copies the game and doesn't actually run off the disc. Like, hang on, that kind of defeats the entire purpose. Like, it's not my fault Sekiro was cheaper at GameStop than the digital version. Right. That too. I wouldn't say the percentage is that high, but it definitely played a role. Don't die, don't die. Come on, Unyielding. Oh, Unyielding the GOAT. You know that skill that people like to skip in the Berserker tree because it doesn't say damage on it? Yeah, just saved my life again. That's why publishers don't want physical copies anymore. They don't see a dime in these games. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm talking about consumers being mad about it, which doesn't make sense. It's just gamers being gamers. mad about shit that doesn't actually hurt them. That's not the correct fire mode. This is such a fun gameplay loop. Like, I'm having to manage so many things. I'm getting better at it as I play. It's a little more second nature, but every once in a while I mess something up. Like, I had my shock launcher on the wrong fire mode there. So it did set me back a little bit. Being a little spendy with my ammo right now because I know there's a vendor right here. Their type of weapon is good for Spore Warden. Guns. Guns that are good on anyone else. There's not really weapon class bias in this game as much. The same guns that are good on gun builds in general will be good on gun builds on every character. Thanks, you're welcome. Shock resistant coil. That was greedy. Lesson learned. Okay, so for drill, I think I just forego big boy rockets entirely. I can switch to it for the ads under Plaguestorm. Reload all of these. Who's leaning on PTA, avoid stuff with beams like a White Rider? Yeah, that's true, I suppose. Chaos Bug. With awe, how much do I need to get near 100% melee crit chance? Irish, you know that's nowhere near enough information. Also, you can just get awe active and then look at your stats in there. Like, there's the crit chance screen that shows you what you have. And I have no idea what melee weapon you have equipped. I have no idea, like, what you have in your other slots. That's not a question anyone can answer except you. Crit showed. Yep. I'm gonna wait for drill to get closer here. This will also give me time to get Plaguestorm. Another thing, are the workers getting a larger pay cut because the price increases core being corporate? I mean, the workers are never going to get a better pay cut. The games are more expensive to develop, So, like, this was a topic in Stone Swan stream, like, last week. But basically, the fact that it took as long for game prices to go to this $70 baseline that they're approaching, the fact that it took this long is a miracle. Because we've been chilling at the 60 price average for, what, about 20 years? Game development costs increased massively more in that period than, you know, than staying at that price point could have justified from a sunk cost perspective. Not saying that's lovely as a consumer. I'm definitely going to be buying fewer games. Not that I'm buying that many these days anyway, but, you know. Good job, Plaguestorm. Especially with inflation. Yeah, try time. Especially with inflation. Everything's going up except my paycheck. Capitalism be like. Record profits are unpaid wages, never forget it. Hey Harry, how am I? I'm doing great, how are you? All I ever hear about in the tech sector is layoffs anyway. True. A lot of layoffs recently, especially in the video game corner of the tech sector. A lot of bleed between different major publishers and devs as well. Also going from major publishers and devs to minor ones. A lot of shifting. The ground is unstable right now. Be interesting to see where everything lands in a couple years. But under the weather, get over it. Well, I hope that happens sooner rather than later. Microsoft buys 2 huge video game companies and says their growth is stalled. The entirety of their argument, if I'm remembering correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, as always, was for like the antitrust lawsuit stuff they're dealing with those acquisitions. Was they just pointed at Sony and they're like, "Hey, look how well they're doing. This is fine." Like that was their actual argument. Why do Gearbox like barrels so much? I don't know. I don't know. It is a little vexing, isn't it? Licenses also start to get into the territory of in-game currency thresholds. You can only get licenses for a certain amount, slightly under the ones you need, and you have to get a new packet of licenses. Complicated industry for sure. One of the many reasons why anytime someone goes hire fans, like, no, don't do that. If you hire a qualified individual who happens to be a fan, cool. But like, no. Get a big boy rocket here. That was actually really bad. I'm surprised I got the death save there. Okay. I'm letting my launchers switch over to rocket mode because I'm going to need that for the wyverns that are going to spawn. That was a nice crit from the big boy. Pace myself ammo-wise a little bit. Yeah, I'll put Plaguestorm here. Hopefully they fly into it on a somewhat consistent basis. Yeah, it appears to be happening. Good echo there. Wagging. It's funny, this is one of the biggest sections where Ambihex had a time advantage. I'm fast traveling back here to get ammo. Because with the Trickster's Ice Spike, just fast. How far back is the ammo here? Ugh, not as close as I thought. I do need to go back to this vendor. Can I even get back? Oh, I guess I can't. Shit. Okay, never mind. Backup plan. Hope for ammo and do most of this gunless. Now, I need to not miss this shot. I missed this shot. Unfortunate. Okay, backup plan. I am now a melee gamer. Until I get ammo. Where am I? This is not where I'm supposed to be. I got very turned around and distracted. Should have saved my sigil there. That's gonna be a little dirty. Okay, I got the cast off. Plate Mail Restore the Veil gives enough bulk to my ward here that I'm not in as much danger as I otherwise would be. Like, I can just do this. You see my ward bar is just very stable. I'll be more than enough time to get Plaguestorm back up. This is what happens when I don't manage ammo well. This is where the time loss really comes in. Yeah, sorry, I'm not able to follow the chat very closely right now. Trying to go fast. It's gonna pop Plaguestorm for movement speed, but in this situation where I don't have any ammo, I think I would rather keep it for if I need to do damage. Oh, this is a problem. Can I do this? Oh, modern problems require modern solutions. This is Blood of the Fallen? No. This is Restore the Veil and Blast Chill. Enough radius? No. I need to use Plaguestorm for that. With an opening ammo chest. Ammo chests are highly unlikely to give rocket ammo. Like, I could try. I got lucky on that one. But they aren't very generous when it comes to that, on average. Plaguestorm best utility. Works every time. 100% success rate given our sample size. All launchers, or all crates give launcher ammo confirmed. Hey, Boom.
Hi, Quag. I don't remember the last time I actually got to join stream. How's life?
Life's okay. Very stressful throughout much of January, but calmed down now. I'm just enjoying Wonderland's been really, able to do some cool creative build stuff. Yeah, things have been good. Thank you so much for the continued support. 28 months, 28 streak. You're a real one, I appreciate you. But yeah, Viper, this is not Blood of the Fallen because Blood of the Fallen it reduces downtime when the skill is on cooldown, but it also increases downtime when you want it to end so you can replace it. So it's just kind of a net loss. I have enough cooldown that the cooldown rate increased, that the cooldown of Plaguestorm, assuming all my stuff's up, is only about 24 seconds. And plus, going to Restore the Veil in the Blight Tree allows me to use my Corrupted Plate Mail to give me my amp shots back. And Corrupted Plate Mail also gives me more Blast Chill consistency. The size of the Blast Chill doesn't matter here as much as getting a Blast Chill. It just works out to be good survivability as well. Don't mind us, never just vent about the economy. Cool. Right there with you. Go big boy on this one. Launcher here. Launcher here. Launcher here. Now entering positive headspace. Love to be in a positive headspace. Yeah, an hour 20 going into Wastard. This is probably going to be a 2-hour run, but I'm okay with that. Oh, Plaguestorm, you almost got him through the immunity. That would have been great. Okay. Still dumped on him. I think Mike Tyson would pronounce Quagsire as Quagfire. Probably. No, you're not getting a Quagthigh emote. Bonk. All of you. Yeah, that was one of the fastest Waster kills we've had on these runs, just because Plaguestorm is fantastic for bosses that don't move. Really had it out for Waster. Yeah, it wanted him dead. I activate this here, so I have Enrage for the remainder of the map. Congrats, you played yourself. Oh, I forgot to actually... Oh, come on. Quagfire emote one. Just blighting some tight denim shorts. Thigh-high socks. You know, you get that that little bulge of like on the top of the sock. Yeah, necessary. I'm out of coffee. Visions of Freddy. I think I hold my Plaguestorm for now. Because now when it ends, I'll be able to get it back for that first combat section. Flag aim. Yeah, there's amped up. Beautiful timing.
Hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There's not a Kevin near me at the moment, but I will give the Kevin pets when he's available. He's over there on an armchair. Be enough? Yeah, there we go. I'll have to monitor my ammo. Oh, there's a machine right there. We're good. I could have gone more spendy. I forgot that that was right there. Okay. When he teleports like that, that means he broke. Usually. We'll see if that remains uniform here. I've been doing better? Seemingly. Still a little worried, but he's acting more normal. Still not quite normal, but more. Other classic Forspoken skill doesn't feel impactful. Let me... Oh shit, that's what it does. Let me go test. Oh, it's so good moment. Love to see it. After Kevin, sorry, Caps. No, he was acting a little weird for a couple days. Like, overly vocal and then like a bit of a recluse, but he's no longer like hiding under beds and stuff, which is a good sign. And he's still eating and drinking normally. So. In the past, he's had issues with anxiety and stuff, so maybe he was just, you know. out horny season happens even after the snip. I suppose that's a possibility. Last chill, where you at? Needed you like way earlier. Alright. That miss cost me so much time. If you miss when you're trying to deliver Echo, it still gets consumed. So my bad aim cost me so much time right there. Well, that was actually an accidental trigger pull. I was trying to turn and my mouse got caught on my keyboard. It'd still be okay though. That was a juicy shot. Juicy Shot was also my nickname in high school. Touché, making sense now. Hey Sora. Root of my problems. Brain is a lot brain and not enough soup. So true, bestie. That didn't go as well as I hoped. Plaguestorm cleaned up there. Good. How's it going today? It's going well, Dex. Enjoying launchers and Plaguestorm run on C75, and it's got a very interesting gameplay loop. It's very enjoyable. Some ammo. Look how fast we move with full amped up. Zooming. Yeah, in hindsight, having a ×1 enlightening element as well would have been preferred. That's fine. You live and you learn. fired the wrong one. Definitely the wrong fire mode. Thank you, guys. Lucky crit. Or lucky accidental aiming for crit. That was a little less lucky. Oh no, not the knockback. Ooh, okay, there we go. Got Plaguestorm up now. Big boy rockets. Yeah. Switching these launchers between using big boy and regular mode. Running one in each slot so that we can cycle through different elements, but also have pretty much on-demand access to big boy rockets. Because under-barrel ammo regen happens passively whether you have it equipped or not. So we don't need to necessarily delay it while it's in our hand. We can just switch to a different one and use that one. Hey Swan, how you doing? Good to see you. Beautiful. Very clean nightmare. This build's a lot of fun. And the bossing is, as long as the boss can be hit by Plaguestorm, we can just do that to it. You know, shot, bonk, shot, bonk under Plaguestorm until eventually the damage ramps to the point where the bolt just kills. Or the echo kills. That's one of the big things that plate mail is good for, because plate mail applies to those too. So you get that dark magic bonus element on the non-elemental echo. Works out very favorably. Hi Jake. Here's the pet for that redeem from a little while ago. He's a good boy. Jake jumped in my lap yesterday while I was crying my fucking eyes out at The Last of Us Episode 3. emotional support cat to the rescue. He's good at that. More than episode 1, I've not seen 3 yet. J-Bridge, I think episode 3 is unironically the best episode of any live-action TV I've seen in my entire life. Like, 3 episodes in, and that show has already cemented itself as the definitive version of The Last of Us. At least the events of the first game thus far. Like, it's just better. It's simply better. They actually did it. They made it a video game adaptation that's better than the source material. Like, I highly recommend it. Cutting out all the stealthy filler. Also telling different stories. Exactly that, Irish. Exactly that. It can tell the story they couldn't flesh out. Yeah. Exactly that. Like, they really have more time to let characters breathe and provide context for things. We talked about The Last of Us. What if you haven't played the game? I still highly recommend the show. There's no, like, required viewing before getting into the show or anything. It's very good at standing on its own, self-contained. I will say there's sort of different perspectives you get on certain things, having already experienced the game. And there's, like, things you can tell or calls forward to things, or things you can tell or nods to the games, but you do not lose anything by not being a person who's familiar with the game. In fact, the person I watch it with has not played the games. My mother, who is not a gamer at all, and who does not like zombie stuff, is absolutely hooked on the show, and she fucking loves it. Last of Us TV series? Yeah. Hey, Graham. The second stream I've heard about Last of Us today. It's, I think it's just the best thing on TV right now. I mean, on TV, I'd say with an asterisk. Because, you know, streaming. But, amusingly, it's in the same time slot as Game of Thrones used to be on the same platform Game of Thrones was on. So, like, it's just this decade's peak Game of Thrones, but, like, even better. While also having the pleasantly surprised video game fans behind it. I didn't use any ammo since the last winter. Maybe this will teach Hollywood to make video game adaptations to be more faithful. Like, it's not like they're not taking liberties. They are taking liberties, but in a way that keeps it faithful to the structure of what made people like it originally. Like, it's not playing out one-to-one how the game did, but broad strokes, it is. It's not like the Halo series, where they're like, you know what people really want to see the Master Chief do? Take his helmet off and fuck. Like, I don't know that anyone asked for that. Like, this show is not making those mistakes. Meanwhile, Borderlands movie is gonna be, to be decided. The thing with the Borderlands movie is I expect something more like Mortal Kombat, where the Mortal Kombat movie, the most recent one, wasn't necessarily, like, a good film, but it was a fun one. Fun enough that I enjoyed myself. Like, going in with low expectations. Just enjoy the wackiness, right? That's the mentality I'm going to the Borderlands movie with. Not watch the Witcher series. Is that really acceptable in terms of staying true to the source? Somewhat initially, but eventually no. Like, I don't really have much connection to the source material for The Witcher, so I didn't really care overly until the show itself started dipping in quality. Like, the first season they deviated a fair bit, but it was still good. First season of Witcher TV series, I quite enjoyed. I like it. Second season, no, I didn't really like it. That's a good damage. Okay, Watch the Boys, still at the top of my to-watch list. During my scheduled time off that I'm taking, middle of next month, so in about 2 weeks, I will likely be catching up a lot on my show backlog. I'm thinking The Boys is one of the things that I'm gonna try to, binge my way through. I was worried I wouldn't hit the phase. That's an order. We'd use Quag Gun here if we had it. I'm trying to save my Plaguestorm. This is what I want Plaguestorm for. Right? I think I do. You're dotted for sure, right? No, I guess you're not. I just need you to jump into the Plaguestorm. Come over here. It's not what I need you to do, Dragonlord. There we go. 145.54 for launchers and Plaguestorm, with a slight side of melee. Slight side. Launchers and Plaguestorm. Only 75 activations, and that's with me having to use it to, like, operate switches in Karnok's Wall when I didn't have ammo. It's with me using a few just for movement speed throughout the run. Very efficient. Gotta run. Good day, gamers. Have a good one, Boom. Thanks again for the resub. Done Storm Dragon's run yet? Yes. This challenge record again, time-wise. The fastest so far was was it 127 for C75 Sawmill Reaper of Bones. That was the fastest. In terms of the fastest at C100, and the one that I think is the fastest potential overall would be Ambihextrous. Ambihextrous with 2 Trickster Ice Spikes, I think, like, if you introduced actual speedrun tech other than just doing a fast, casual playthrough, I think that could go sub 1 hour. I think you could get something around like the 55-minute mark with just Trickster Ice Spikes. Did you expect us lower for this? Me too, but it just worked out really well. I think switching between Big Boy and regular launcher mode really saved me a lot of time. I could have done better. Like, if I had included a ×1 shock option, if I had better access to amped up throughout the run, that could have saved a lot of time. But I'm still happy with it. Smacking things in melee with Universal Soldier, multi-rockets. It does apply. Just keep in mind that Universal Soldier does not give you ammo, it moves your ammo. So I do have a second version of this build that is Universal Soldier Ghostblade launchers. But it is a little awkward. I can show that for you guys in a few minutes, actually. I've expected the Blaze of Glory version. This is the Blaze of Glory version. I just wasn't taking advantage of it very frequently. But yeah, this is that. Every once in a while, I use the Blaze of Glory tech. But I didn't use it too much. Like, the thing is, even playing in a way where you're not intentionally blowing yourself up, Blaze of Glory still makes the most sense because your other options are Barbalode, which requires you to integrate a form of crossbolts, which costs either your spell or a weapon slot. Theurge, which isn't necessary because we have enough cooldown. It feels fine. Harbinger, which is more... It'd be better for Pog Totem than Plaguestorm. Slip and Stun, which would just be some movement speed. It'd basically be between Slip and Stun and Blaze of Glory for, like, realistic usage. I assumed the Theurge was there. No, we just have a good amount of cooldown. Double cooldown rolled Sharksbanes with, max attunement. Still gave us really good cooldown. ShamWai, would you get rocket ammo and use underbarrel rocket from snipers? No, but you can ShamWai, put a taser on the ground with a Queen's Cry, switch to your launcher, and then stand on the taser. That would do what you're hoping for. That's something I thought about putting in the backpack for this, and I forgot to do it. I actually want to go through the Chaos Chamber tutorial and then give myself that and just mess around with it. Another news started like a game prototype, specifically one that's supposed to take inspiration from a whole bunch of different things, both directly and indirectly, after really similarities. Nice. Sham, why would you use it? To get ammo back. So, like, if you have no ammo and there's no ammo crates, you just can't do anything on launcher builds. You have to go to the other tech. That's why I combine launchers and Plaguestorm, because they both have uptime issues, and I could just split the problem. So I always have something. And that's also why I included Blast Chill, because Blast Chill Plate Mail Echo Hilt is another good outlet of damage, particularly with the freeze from Empowering Sigil, and the status effect from Empowering Sigil. So, like, that's my third line of defense. And you saw me using that a few times throughout the run, just as a way of killing things without consuming ammo or using my action skill. But I do want to... Let me give myself the ShamWai thing now. Just gotta work my way through all the stuff that I got during the run. I like that trick mirror, I'm keeping that. Okay, so I need a Queen's Cry with Taser. and a ShamY. That's what I could summarize my vision right now is basically a faster version of Remnant as a 2D top-down roguelike. That sounds really enjoyable. I figure out which of my saves have a Queen's Cry on them. This one should have one. It cannot roll Absorb, but, like, that's fine. What do I run on this thing? Adaptive? 0 to 2. Adaptive Reflect? Adaptive Resistance? What do we think? Or it's called Wyvern. I'll go turtle capacity for right now. It'll be fine. Much happier on my hammer build now that I've switched to pickaxe. Damage overall feels better. Yeah, having the better crit stats goes a long way. And I think that's a big reason why at launch there was this perception of melee not being good, because people didn't pay attention to the crit stuff. So they'd run around using things with terrible crit damage profiles and be like, oh, well, it doesn't do damage. Okay, so... let's use this. There's our ShamY. There you go. That's how you get ammo back. People taking misconceptions and running with it. What is this, Borderlands? Spoken like a true build crafter, Swin. You understand. Yeah, that's a nice utility thing to keep in the backpack. So if I find myself in a situation where I just don't have ammo at all, I can switch to Queen's Cry, taser the ground, step on it with a ShamY, and then I will get ammo back. It's slow, but it works. Now, I imagine if I... let me test this before I switch away. I gotta deplete the ammo again. Remember when C35 ruined build diversity? Said the Pixies users who didn't switch, based it off of nothing, and quit the game. Like, they managed to not kill bosses on C35 with Pixies. It's amazing. can just put down a bunch of them and stand on them. That gets you the ammo a lot faster. Wonder, does this thing get amp? No, okay. ShamWai does not roll amp. Do you imagine? To this day, I've never used pixies. I maintain that the #1 thing to burn you out on this game is using pixies. Specifically, fear not pixies. The cafeteria is doing Greek Day, and all you pile into your box is quizzical look-inducing amounts of baklava. Sounds good, though. I'm happy with the feel of the player controller, and today I got the mechanics down for gun generation, bullets firing out of the player, variable weapon stats. For 2 days of progress, I'm still happy. That's huge, also. Fucking proud of you. Doing what you do. Love to see it. I got a Pixie my first playthrough, is taken aback by how little I had to do to get them work, haven't used since. Yeah, they've gotten buffed multiple times since then. And keep in mind, the same people who were saying things like, you have no options except Pixies, and C35 killed build diversity, and Wonderlands improved nothing over Borderlands 3. They can't be reasoned with to begin with, so... I would say take with a grain of salt, but like, or like completely disregard the dog shit opinions. You want the game to play itself. Yeah. Ammo capacity. Yeah, if you're running this build or something structured around launchers in the Chaos Chamber, I highly recommend taking at least 1 ammo capacity increase. Like, that's how you sustain things like skeet prod builds, launcher builds, rain of arrows builds. You use what the game provides to get more ammo. My stomach. Bro, I have conditions. You can't just put whatever weight baklava. Yeah, no, fuck me up, bro. Still in the baby shit of game development, but I'll take my small victory. It is absolutely a victory. If you won't gas yourself up, I will. Yeah, you get a Plaguestorm. Up here, the big boy in. I was supposed to be on big boy, but I'll forgive it. Good selection of possible future testers. You sure do. Sure do. I'd be happy to. I remember, pretty sure I had a Spirit Rune with double absorb, and standing still on bolts was still pretty good. Been so long since I did it, but yeah. Ooh, that. Yeah, Spirit Rune can get double brimming, so it should be able to get double absorb. Let me look at the thing. I have too many spreadsheets open. Should, yeah? Yeah, let me just triple check. Because that might be a practical middle ground between Shamwai and Amp Shield. Honestly, what if we ran a Spirit Rune, if it's efficient enough, with 1 Absorb and 1 Amp? Because then that would let you just keep the Queen's Cry equipped at all times without having to switch gear. Pretty sure it wasn't save edited? Yeah, no, I believe you. I'm just, confirming, because things have changed throughout the game's life. Like, there have been some things we've seen roll that can no longer do it. And there's some things that shouldn't be able to roll a certain way that do anyway. So, figured I'd check. Okay, yeah. Spirit Rune can double on Absorb, Adaptive, Adrenaline, Amp, Brimming, Capacity, Healthy, Recharge Rate, Reflect, Turtle, and Vagabond. Double Absorb. Actually, double Amp on this also goes kind of hard. It's like, you lose the 3rd Amp part that you get with the purple, but you get the Spirit Rune's bonus element for lightning damage. Wonder how that works out. Hey, Gio, how you doing? Yeah, I think we'll try that out. We finished out the tutorial, so we can do whatever run types we want now. Give myself a couple Spirit Runes to mess with. We're gonna go 1 with Absorb Amp. We'll go 1 with Double Absorb. And I'll go 1 with Double Amp. Level 65 Muse with a +3 to Illuminated Fist. Yeah, you could get 3 in Illuminated Fist or 5 in Laid Bare. Those are both unique situations enabled by the level 65 pre-patch Muse. So allowing you to get a total of 4 Illuminated Fist or 8 Laid Bare. Which is otherwise very much impossible. It's one of the examples. They've changed how some spells drop in this game. Nothing we were using at the time, so it was hard to tell if we really lost out on anything, but they did change what parts spawned on certain things. They've added accessories to a few drops, like Sword Explosion did not have a guaranteed accessory, they changed that. Blazing Volley spawned without an accessory you're supposed to have, they changed that. They never corrected that issue for the Livewire. Livewire is supposed to get a certain accessory, but it doesn't. There's a few examples like that. Oh yeah, I have a Sweet Dreams. I'll mess with that sometime. I don't need it. Okay, let's try Double Absorbs. This is 30%. Which is, less than Shamwai. Still pretty efficient. Let's try now with 1 amp, 1 absorb. So we get significantly less amp damage. We get a 30% instead of a 100%. Or we get a 20%, excuse me, instead of 100%, and we drain 30% ward instead of 20%. Each amp part you add increases the damage, but also reduces the cost. And we have a much worse stat profile. Actually, that's not much worse. It's very comparable. Yeah, maybe a lower Chaos tier Spirit Rune would be better here because it has the gimmick where it doesn't have a recharge delay as long as you stop walking for a couple frames. So like with that, you can get more mileage out of your recharge rate. Stone Swan, you hear? What do you think? Non-Chaos tiered Spirit Rune for this? Amp Echo Twin Soul? Yeah, we have Amp Echo Twin Soul. But there's no +5 high thread count bugged armor in Wonderlands. Yeah, that'd be kind of notable. It depends, though, because Double Knot would still win out for casting builds. But for, like, everything else spell shot-wise, I think that would just be the go-to. Yeah, let me reload these and spend... Absorb rate is kind of low. I want to see how this plays out. Like, I guess an advantage of having the higher Chaos Tier 1 is I do get the extra health from unarmored defense, and that is still nice. Put these two on Big Boy, this one on Launcher mode. Let's see how this plays in a boss run. Hopefully we don't get a Melda. Blaze of Glory reload. Where'd you go, Lance? Thank you, Echo. Ammo? No? Okay. Nullify or Spectral Vengeance? I guess I take Spectral Vengeance here. If anything, it's another target to build up Plaguestorm and Echo on. Okay, for you... do Launcher on all three of these. Bastard, you had to run out of the Plaguestorm. If you just stand right there, then we're big chillin'. You're not standing right there. I'm tanky, it's fine. Actually, it's doing quite well. I really like this. It's like, I have a way to get back ammo organically. I still have the Plaguestorm tech available, so like I don't experience a significant loss in damage. Just, I have one fewer launcher to rotate through. This feels nice. And whenever I'm using the lightning one, I can just stand still for more damage. Also, if I get shot, I can absorb ammo that way, too. It's an option. This feels really nice. I might push this higher chaos. This helps ammo before I get to the point where I have multiple ammo altars, and it also gives me a way to get the ammo back during boss fights, which is something that was lacking. It's like the Banshee issues at the start of the stream. I just ran out of ammo. With this, that won't happen anymore. Easy. intentional. Did I hit a shield? I think I did. I know Plaguestorm. Pocket launchers. I like it. Parasite. Okay, Parasite's a decent damage check, actually. High raw HP. Oops. Misclick. For whatever reason, we didn't get a good Plaguestorm loop on that last one. Yeah, that's the damage. I think this can be bumped up. How's the runs going? Going very well. We introduced running a Spirit Rune with 1 amp and 1 absorb part, so we still get an amp shield, which is, 20% fresh mult. That also increases dots, which is cool. But we get this absorb part, which allows us to use a Queen's Cry with the absorb to have ammo in situations where we otherwise wouldn't. And we get the Spirit Rune lightning bonus element, which is also pretty pog. So while triple amp and Dusas are more damage, I think this is better quality of life. This is cool. I think we increase chaos now. Let's go all the way to 100. See what happens. He's both on Big Boy, yeah. So testing Plaguestorm rockets. Let's see 100. Now we know the Plaguestorm portion will perform. It already is. Blew myself up. Plaguestorm and Echo kind of feed each other, don't they? Yes. We have a few layers of that kind of stuff available. We have Plaguestorm, Echo, and Blast Chill are all double dipping mechanics. We also have Geist in the Shell, so that's another one. But Plaguestorm and Echo directly feed off of what other damage you've done, so you can have them kind of leapfrog over each other. I'm gonna avoid Anarchy for now. On a more accurate measure. That Plaguestorm wussy do. You've been pretty consistent on a lot of these runs, Pollution, and I respect it. I respect it immensely. This is C100. Launcher's bad, by the way. We got our Plaguestorm back. Finish him with this. Aw, weaken him too much. Risk of Borderlands 2. I like it. And now, because we went and did the Spirit Rune tech, we can just... Because Amped Up gives us regen that does not stop for damage when we apply a Shock Dot. So we just Shock Dot ourselves, and it self-sustains. Like, we could start the Taser tech when we have no ward at all, and it will still work, because we will get enough regeneration that Absorb can then happen. That's so cool. That's actually the sickest thing. Yep, love it. This might be my favorite gun build. The rune itself actually outpaces the tasers. Oh, from it just starting the the zero delay? Yeah, that too. fine. It's just free big boy rockets. Goodbye, Shara. Yeah, this is hype as fuck. This is so good. The only thing I could see myself really wanting from this point is I'd like slightly better Plaguestorm cooldown. And I don't know if with only 3 launchers and keeping one of them off of Big Boy Rocket mode, I don't know if it's hugely advantageous to have the Blaze of Glory. Like, I could just go Theurge and eliminate the Plaguestorm downtime completely. Because this spell basically has no cooldown, especially when Burnt Offering is on. We have 2 extra in Burnt Offering right now. Like, with 5 to 3 Burnt Offering, that's 60% spell cooldown. That's a lot. Slightly off topic on your Ambihex, what parts do your Arcane Bolts have? Spell Charge, extra projectile, and spell damage. Okay, you're welcome. I should be productive with my life, focusing on things that might help me in the future. First time for everything. Did Vic my cat from the kitchen to try and drink my smoothies. Cat be like. I guess I run fire here. Need a little more mustard here. Maybe this is where I do the brave thing and eliminate Bog down from the setup. Because not being able to match fire on flesh efficiently is what's causing me issues here. If I could do that, no worries, that'd be good. Soaked is stopping that from being... Okay, drill's a puzzle to be solved here. Oh, I need to stand there for my ammo. Drill. Stop it. I got one. Got one shot, one opportunity. Ouch, ouch. And they'll leave me alone long enough for me to do this. And then I need good RNG as well, I suppose. Okay, there we go. A little bit better. Also wonder about what if I ran a a low-level doctrine with, like, maximum mag, minimum damage, micro rockets. So, like, when I see myself getting to, like, I don't know, like, actually, no, I would want to do Mole Man, right? Mole Man is 2 projectiles for 1 ammo. What if I use that to get ammo back? Like, shoot at my own feet. Melee crossbolts, is better to have more damage on them or more crossbolts. High times 1 versus lower times 3. That's not a uniform better thing. So, like, for example, do I still have that in my inventory here? I might not. I do. So, Tootherator has the maximum crossbolt value and the maximum crossbolt duration. And it has 9 projectiles. That's why Tootherator is the ideal crossbolt weapon if you're going for max damage. However, there are circumstances where you don't want to use a Tootherator. Like, if you want a Scalawag to be able to constantly shooting, so you can be constantly shooting, applying crossbolts, hitting with an element, and have your other hand free, and have a blade already, then that's why Scalawag is good, because it does a bunch of different things. You might want something like a Thumbsbane for the ability to apply crossbolts, have a blade, and be able to use shell casing ring. Inconsistently, but it's a possibility. So, like, it's not a uniform thing. Hey, Ferric, how you doing? How's your day? Leave me alone, Dro. Scalawag right now, it's times 3. Times 3 Scalawag cannot get melee crossbows. Unless something changed. Or, times 3 cannot get melee crossbows and a blade, I should say. Sorry, incomplete thought. Times 2 is preferred because it allows you to have a blade and the crossbows at the same time. Doesn't have a blade? Yeah. Because the times 3 part is mutually exclusive with that. We got a good Plaguestorm bolt there, but... Ooh. Got myself a little bit of ammo. Don't want the blade? Do you want melee damage? Same answer. If you're using a Scalawag and not a Tootherator, you have no reason to use a Scalawag without the blade. The only thing it would win out at is if you were using, say, a poison one for Bog Down. Otherwise, Tootherator is simply better. Oh no, I got myself.
Yeah, it's hard to beat out this regen with how dependent on lightning damage I am right now. I'll have to go back to the drawing board for this. Yeah, having soaked would be nice. Alright, let's go spec out of soaked. Out of bogged down. I have a tiebreaker I could use for the situational aspect there. Blade gives a fixed buff, stat stick, the more ammo efficient, to with a minor dip in the amount of bolts in an enemy. Basically, Scalawag bolts are much smaller. Like, here, I actually happen to have both. So, on the right, Scalawag bolts. They last 5 seconds, and they give you 3% each. And you're applying them, 2 at a time with a fire rate of 4.7. Tooth Raider applies 9 bolts at once, each is 5%, lasts for 8 seconds. So, 3 shots of a Tooth Raider, because there's a crossbow cap of 25. 3 shots of a Tooth Raider, and the enemy it has the max they can have from any crossbolts ever. At which point, with the Tooth Raider, you can just then switch to a better weapon for the actual melee, which is why I tend to go Tooth Raider and Kobold, or Tooth Raider and Spriggan, for maximum damage. Scalawag is a middle ground. It's not as good at being a pure melee stat stick as, say, a Spriggan or a Kobold with the 40% blade is. But it allows you to have an elemental gun with crossbolts with that blade. I wish you could tell your employer you're going out for a pack of smokes and never come back all the time, and I'm my own boss. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, be back. So let's run that. Switch to that. Hopefully we can get spellcast damage dealt, so I won't have to, or spellcast gun damage rather, so I won't have to use the old save editor. No, I have that on my guns already. Oh boy, the Blizzard enchant. So good. Much wow. Spellcast Dark Magic isn't bad. It'd be on more than actually skill star gun damage. I'll take it for now. Okay, now over here, need more Blizzard gamers. Worst curse for the ability damage is nice, but is it even... It's not doing that much. I think maybe I'd rather go Virulence for more just dot chance. It'd be better amped up uptime. But not having one worse curse point does feel like a waste. Do I just go one? So then I take Burn Offering. Now I need 2 more here. Frostbite doesn't do much. Crit chance is minimal. Melee damage I already have a little bit from Savagery, and that's enough. So it's between more Geist, more Virulence, more Worse Curse. 1 point of Worse Curse is only 9% spell and ability. Whereas this is 6% chance and duration. I think this wins. I think this wins. Although Hex Machina is 5% fire rate per point, 10% if you swap. I have Instinct for swap speed, and if I'm switching to a Queen's Cry, to taser my feet, more fire rate means I can do that faster. Yeah, we go Hex Machina. Hex Machina for the ammo regen tech. Cool. I don't need that much spell cooldown. I'm gonna go Attunement, Wisdom. Constitution. See how this plays. I could go less Constitution as well. Compromise the size of my health bar. Get better cooldown. How's my specific cooldown right now? So without Burn Offering, 3 seconds of downtime. 3 Burn Offering is 36% cooldown. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's enough. Hey Moo, welcome back. Let's go over to non-Chaos Chamber Drill just to see how this feels. It's a feel issue right now. Turn with loaded fries, barbecue chicken, bacon, red pepper on oven chips. A lot of mozzarella. That sounds amazing. We're C100 viable, Viper. We've introduced some ammo regain tech. We're just trying to figure out how to solve the drill damage issue. Because the dependence on lightning damage means that phase 2 drill just slightly outpaces us. You sound amazing? Oh, got me. Spirit Rune. Spirit Rune with 1 absorb and 1 amp part means we still get some benefit of amp shots, but it also means that we can just stand still, Queen's Cry taser our feet, and switch to a launcher and then just get our ammo back. Amp is full mult? Yeah, yeah. All amp in... I shouldn't say. Amp is mult with everything, including other amp. So we still get a 20% fresh mult there. It's not the 100% we got before. But, and we get the 50% from the hilt. Plaguestorm Bolt's not hitting him. Do I need to place that differently? Yeah, let's save quit. I want to go until I figure out where to put Plaguestorm for that. I guess maybe I go for, like, in the water behind him. It won't hit the ads that way, but I can hit the ads myself with a big boy rocket. Oh, not to be known as Clitsire indefinitely. I don't make the rules. Fly a crowd out there? That's what I was trying to do. Oh. I didn't jump fast enough. This is good practice. I actually got him. The bolts are going for him. Okay. Oops. Hex Machina Instinct giving us some good fire rate for that regen. Take the time here to just regen. Now we Plaguestorm. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's it. So this drill has less health than the Chaos Chamber one. But, like, that's how we do it. And now he's on this phase, so... just go cryo. Having soaked on this would be nice, and I also did mess up the Plaguestorm placement again. I need to not cast it directly at his face, because then it gets stuck. I actually wonder how Blue Cake would do here. Like, for the purpose I'm using this shock launcher for right now, I think a Blue Cake would do okay. Regen's crazy. It's so nice, right? That should be a good position. Wasn't ready for him to move. Got greedy. Yeah, I need ×1 for the lightning. So I can do that without burning that much ammo. Where am I? I was stuck. What invisible barrier shit is this? What? Okay. Drill arena be like. Drill whose fire phase is sometimes ass. This is actually pretty good performance for a gun build on C100 drill using the weapon type that people say is awful. Like, remember, gun builds just proportionally kinda suck at C100. This is a gun build with some Plaguestorm support. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Torque would like a word. You heard what I said. Gun builds proportionally to other things still kind of suck at C100. That's Torque included. Sword Explosion included. Sword Explosion is like one of the best all-rounder guns in the game. But it's still worse at C100 than spell archetypes, melee archetypes, and it's even better as a dot gun than as a damage dealing gun. So dots also beat out gun builds. That's just how damage works in this game. Guns are simply worse. Oh, that's not a good place for Plaguestorm. I think maybe I can get enough damage out. Oh, not if I blow myself up. That was actually tragic. That was 100% my fault. Alright, yeah, let's run that whole thing back. I blew myself up. Like, legitimately, the most optimized possible gun build. Hell, even give him a Buffmeister. By the time you apply the Sword Explosion and then hit the reload button, melee has already phased the boss. Dots have the same amount of setup time and do more damage. So, like, there's a chance that even that full mag with a Buffmeister won't phase the boss. But, you know, if you were a dot build, it would. Same gun, even. Play this all battery? Yeah, exactly. So a lot of what people think is the game not being balanced well is just that you are using the third to fourth string of damage dealing. It's not a gun game. Never has been. Quack, melee secondary. I still feel so vindicated. I was a believer. You guys remember when people were like, oh, melee's gonna suck, please reconsider. And I was like, it'd be fine. I'm supposed to be using fire right now. I forgot. I don't know what they mean by secondary. I don't know either, because, like, it's in contention for the most efficient primary playstyle. I suppose with secondary, it was maybe that was them covering their asses for the bosses that don't have hitboxes that allow you to do things other than guns efficiently. Like, maybe that was preemptively them covering for Imelda. I don't know. I need fire for this phase. So, if I'm not doing big boy rockets, I can just have different elements. Yeah, that's notably more damage. Actually, that should work as a Plaguestorm spot too. Oh, yeah, I guess I'll stand on Drill's head for a moment. Should be okay. Maybe this is where a little more dot damage comes in. Oh, so they could put Bernadette in the game. Makes sense. That's good damage. I'll wait for him to cycle. That on you, so I keep getting amped up. Oh, you're not cycling yet? Should be doing it now. That's fine, I got time. Bad RNG on that. Wait for one more. There's obvious ways I can get more damage doing what I'm doing right now. Like, having an amulet with fire would be better. For starters. This is not lost cause damage. I feel optimistic about this. This is fun enough that I want to mess around with it. And also the mobbing is exceptional, so it's just solving specific boss issues. Like, we dumped on Wasser, we dumped on Nightmare. Others will have their own solutions. Which is Drill and Banshee. Now you go into the fire phase, and that's when I switch to... I go poison? Yeah, I guess I go poison. Yeah, I go poison for that slot. Skulldugger guns benefit from Universal Soldier? No. Well, just because they don't, but it's a Gearbox game. Yeah, they don't. Ouchies. Oh, I got myself again. I need to not shoot when he's doing that slam animation, because I got myself a splash on his arm. Get over here. No, not like this. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just need to not shoot when he's doing that animation. Cool. I'm gonna mess around with this more off stream, but I gotta get some food and stuff, so I think this is a good time to end it before I tumble down the rabbit hole into another too long stream. I've been live for over 5 hours already. Yeah, the takeaway here is you can absolutely, with a lot of fiddling, make rocket launchers work well at C100. We are doing C75 downright efficiently. 100's a little more uphill, but there's more than enough stuff available in the game. So the next time someone tells you something is completely worthless, ask them these 3 things. 1, did you try it? 2, what difficulty did you try it on? And 3, how long did you spend trying it? Because very few things in this game are actually, like, irredeemably bad. Some of them just require very specific builds around them, which is kind of the entire goal of the longevity of the game. They give you a more limited sandbox, but a lot of options to play with within that sandbox. But thank you everyone for hanging out. Hi, Pupty. Let's see who's live, see where we can go. Alec is doing his BL3 thing. Tizzle is still playing that terrible game. Still? Oh no. Liz is playing Forspoken. Pascaroni's on Far Cry. Let's go to Tizzle, because I want to roast him for still playing that game. Afraid Quag is playing Wonderlands. Oh, that's so true.
Okay, this will be a raid message. Because he's still playing this game. Let's copy that. Let's go say hi to Tizzle. Just a lovely human being, wonderful person. You've probably seen him around. He moderator like a ton of channels. Just also interesting person, very knowledgeable about music theory and stuff, and just the nicest. Can't overstate it. You'll love Tizzle if you don't know. I guarantee everyone here does, but like, yeah, enough gushing. I'm gonna get food and probably continue rocket launcher theory crafting. Bye.